876-8477 from the Traffic Center. I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We want you to be like Ken, because Ken won $1,000 listening to Real Radio.
You are kidding me.
No joke, man. What were you doing when you heard the keyword?
I was listening to the Jim Colbert show.
You are a wise man, Ken. What will you do with the money?
I am going to surprise my wife with something.
I repeat, you are a wise man, Ken. You too can be like Ken. Listen for the keywords, enter on our website at realradio.fm, then answer your phone when you get the call.
Mills Air, been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. Carrier factory authorized dealer. Rebates up to $1,275 for brand new Carrier units. Turn to the experts. Carrier. And you can always turn to the experts at millsair.com.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
Jay, why is auto insurance so expensive? I need to get insured, but I need a better solution.
Vic, you should call Acceptance. Acceptance had better rates, better options, and better customer service than my previous company. Acceptance was just better. They did all the work comparing different plans and found me the best payment options that fit my budget.
Really? Do you have their number?
800-606-7049. 800-606-7049.
Why pay more? Acceptance Insurance has offices in your neighborhood, and one call to Acceptance could save you up to 30% on your car insurance. 800-606-7049. Let Acceptance work better for you. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049. Acceptance Insurance. We shop, you save. Restrictions apply based on a Q1 2024 study of Acceptance Insurance customers who reported saving when they switched. License number L012994.
Proud to be a donation site for Toys for Tots.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
New South Window Solutions. We manufacture, we install, we guarantee. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. WIN. W-I-N. WIN. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Tuesday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day, and we do have a good one for you this afternoon. We'll get you caught up on what's happening out there in the world. We got a lot of stuff to do. Matter of fact, we'll do JCS News today. 4 o'clock hour, it's what you do that's new. 5 o'clock hour, it's only money. Scott Brown from Edgewater Family Wealth. Plus, we'll have trivia as well. TSO tickets and Central Florida International Auto Show tickets up for grabs. We'll end it up with, you heard it here first, your calls and your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day long. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Yes.
Straight ahead, producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Find us easily on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, just at Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can watch us do our thing. If you want to send a talk back, you can do that as well. Get that iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it. Use that microphone to send your comment over to Jack. We'll get you on the air. WIN is your 3 o'clock keyword, W-I-N. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000.
It's your last chances this week.
That's right. WIN is your 3 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win for sure.
Oh, look at that. I see what you did there. We hope you win.
We hope you win.
Working that keyword into a sentence.
For sure. Yeah,
wow.
It's a tough one. Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah. Worked all night on that.
Hey,
Or I just did it by accident. It's one of those two.
Yeah.
How you guys doing today? Everything good?
Either way, it's a win.
Yeah. Either way, it's a win. Everybody good? Everybody good? Good Tuesday?
Well,
worst day of the week?
Can you tell by his tone that he's getting ready to light a small fire in one of the garbage cans in the studio?
God almighty, man.
This guy here, you're cold? It's little Jimmy cold?
It's freezing in here, dude. I mean, it is absolutely freezing in this room. I don't know why. It just is.
Building had a power outage this morning, so AC was not running at all. And when it came on, all I heard were from C-Lane and Sabrina how they could smell Deb's lunch.
Oh, yeah. It was amazing. So Deb gets that Greek food and just permeates the entire studio.
But we were in 3 separate rooms.
Yes.
Yeah. And I guess the air intake there, something's interesting happening with the HVAC system where Deb's food intake was pumping into Sabrina and C-Lane's booth. I felt so bad.
When I used to cook...
Did you, though? Did you really?
When I used to do the meat of the week over there with the monsters, I would be in the week. It was a totally different studio setup than what we have right now. And that room would also vent into the other areas of the building. And I did not know that. But
not the other areas, Jimmy. All of the newsroom record booths that all of us would have to get into and figure out how we're going to talk without sounding like Sylvester the Putty Tat because you have so much saliva in your mouth from smelling what you're able to cook in a microwave and a hot plate.
Yeah, we were over there cooking, and I remember Larry would come out, and Larry would just look at me like we were dating. And
hey, big fella.
He's, what are you doing there, buddy?
And then he'd come back in the newsroom and go, Deb.
What's
Deb,
yeah.
Go see if they have any extra.
He would send you out reconning.
A recon. I'm like,
send
Larry,
the girl with
you do it.
Send the girl with a good smile.
And they're like, no, they like you better. You go do it.
Yeah.
Go ask them.
It worked for him for a while.
The girl with the good smile and the big eyes.
Yeah. Eyes, that is. All right, 407 916-1041. You can always text us again at 77031. You guys familiar with what's going on in Deltona right now?
No.
So,
I saw a headline, but I did not read it.
Yeah, no, it's not really your kind of story, of course.
No, it's not.
But it is your kind of story. It's actually our kind of story. Now, the story is...
serial killer?
No, it's worse than that.
No.
What?
But that's the thing. So if you listen to the promo today for the show, I said, is there a serial killer in Deltona? So what's happening is they have found 3 black cats that have been mutilated and left in front of people's homes in Deltona, right?
Yeah.
Now, of course, that's a god-awful thing to do. That's a horrible thing. But what we do know about serial killers is they usually start off harming animals, mutilating or harming or, doing that. That's the big thing, is they're testing their conscience against their ability to cause damage or pain to something to see if they have any reaction to it. And that's a known scientific fact. They do it. They test that out. It's a test program for them and their sociopath, their psychopathy. Right? So they do this to dogs, to cats. Dahmer did it. A number of them did it. I mean, a number of these guys and women, for that record, did hurt or maim animals as they were younger, coming up through into that whole idea of being a conscience-free serial killer. It's either that or there's some really heavy voodoo vibes behind this as well because of what was done to the cats. I'm not going to get into it. But let's just say when you talk about like voodoo and you talk about like these Santeria kind of things, these are the kind of things because what they do, they harvest parts of the animal to use in other rituals, like heart, liver, whatever, eyes, whatever the case may be. And they've done this for years. I mean, if you read about voodoo and you read about black magic, this is really common. And these cats being black cats is not a coincidence, guys.
No, definitely not.
This is not a coincidence. So I'm serious as a heart attack. If you're up in Deltona, man, and you're in the area where these things happen, I would be very careful and very alert to what's going on up there. And I'm not trying to be an alarmist. I just read a lot about how these people move around and a lot of how they grow up and what happens to them and where they go when they start doing their things. And man, this is following a lot of those markers that there could be a really destructive person up in Deltona, Florida.
I'm not trying to be an alarmist. I just want to alarm you.
I'm not alarming you.
And make sure you're warned and alarmed.
Stray cats and several people who feed them. Now, that's another thing, too, is like, so if you're in that area and you feed a stray cat and they come around, I guess you could have an upset neighbor, but how dumb would that be to be a neighbor of somebody and to do this to a cat and then leave it in front of their stupid house to try to make a statement of whether or not they feed feral cats or not, to have them coming around? Because I don't know if you know anything, Jack, about cats.
I just got 3.
Exactly.
Including one black cat.
When you feed them once, they don't go away real easy.
Yeah, they remember where you live.
That's right. And this guy says here, the neighborhood's not even overrun with cats. And the ones that were out roaming around were trapped and neutered and released back into the thing. So you have a neighborhood that doesn't have a lot of cats. In other words, doesn't have a cat problem. And now you have 3 black cats that have been mutilated, 2 of them the same exact way, by the way. And left outside a specific person's home. Tell me this doesn't sound, it's actually 4 of them. Tell me this doesn't sound like something like that. Like very voodoo-esque or very kind of serial killer-esque.
I prefer not to think about it.
Yeah, well, you know what? Here's the thing. You don't have to think about it. I mean, this is happening. And the way that the cats were harmed really leads you to believe. By the way, no blood at the scene. How about that one?
Yeah, they were killed elsewhere.
Yeah, there were no blood. But when you start talking about rituals and how these things are done, it wouldn't, the idea of what's happening to these animals to me is like right in line with this kind of stuff. And I wonder, I got to ask you, because you and I look at this stuff the same way. Do you think that cops think like this? Do you think that cops ever consider something like that? Detectives that are out there working on this case, do they look at it and go, well, we just got a crazy person who doesn't like cats? Or do they look below that and go, well, why would somebody do this? Is there something being done here other than just 4 cats being killed?
I would suggest and proffer that any police officer, law enforcement, or detective would be interested in asking the why would someone do this, unless you're suggesting that DeLand, is it DeLand Deltona?
Yeah, it'd be Deltona there.
You're suggesting that they're not bright enough to do that, and that would be Jim Colbert and Jim Colbert alone. That does not represent the thoughts of this station, me, or Deb.
I'm actually just asking if they do. You think of if an officer, because here's the thing. This is kind of, serial killers are really rare. They really are rare. I think, matter of fact, in the U.S. right now, I think there's anywhere from 25 to 50, Deb, active, what they know to be active serial killers with more than 3 deaths.
Yeah, I don't.
I think that's the number. If you go and look at the stats, there's about between 25 and 50 known active serial killers in the U.S. at any given moment. And I think that's the active number right now. And when it comes to like the black magic voodoo thing, I do not know anything about that. But if I saw ritualistic kind of killings of an animal like this, I would think it would be more than maybe some crazy kid who just doesn't like cats or some maniac out there acting like a fool. To me, I would immediately go and start looking at things like that. Like what would cause somebody to do that? And why is that happening? Because to me, it fits all the markers. I read the story like 3 times today. I was like, I don't know.
Wow, you've had an interesting Tuesday, my friend.
Let me tell you, I find this stuff fascinating. I mean, this is so rare. It's really, really rare for this to happen. A serial
killer may be rare, but harming of animals is really not.
In this way, in a ritualistic manner, no blood at the scene. And I'm not going to say the way that they were killed, but let's just say the way they were killed leads you to believe that something was harvested from them. Like that, it was done in that way. So I don't know, man. I just find it really weird. If I was living in Deltona and near this place or near where these cats are found, I don't know.
Well, there's a reason why shelters don't adopt out black cats around Halloween.
I didn't know that.
Yes, that is an edict from.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, because they're much more likely to be harmed because of people's fears or beliefs or whatever. So. Most shelters will not adopt out a black cat anywhere near Halloween.
It says Deltona Animal Control is investigating. Volusia County Sheriff's Department, it says they're aiding the investigation. They say people living around that neighborhood are worried that cats are just the first step. So I'm not the only one that feels this way. When you talk about somebody that can do this to an animal, and have no conscience about it, it says here, if you can hurt an innocent creature that's not doing harm to anyone, what would stop you from doing that to a person?
And that's why I think detectives would pay closer attention.
Yeah. Very interesting stuff out there in Deltona, man. Here's the thing, man. I just don't know. When I see these markers out there, you see something like you and I have talked about this before, right? When you hear these murders around town, like, a woman found behind a 7-Eleven. You're like, well, you don't think about anything because it's a homeless woman. Anything could have happened. She could have just died by natural causes. But you don't hear any details about the story. Then next thing you know, 3 weeks later, hey, woman found behind. And then a month later, hey, woman found on the side of the road. Then 2 months later. And then next thing you know, you and I are talking. You're like, wow, man, is that like the 6th woman that's been found in this area in the same kind of, and as a rule, from what I understand, police departments really don't talk about active investigations of that nature simply because they wouldn't want to tip off anybody that they maybe have, some evidence on or maybe any possible suspect out there. So I just saw the story out of Deltona. I thought it was painfully interesting based on, what's going on out there. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Another fascinating thing I talked to somebody today about, I'm not going to tell you who it is because of the nature of the conversation, but I want to know, guys do something. Well, we do a lot of things that women don't do, but there's one specific thing that we do that is kind of clown showish.
Front scratch.
That women do not do. No, I'll tell you what that is.
Okay, then you haven't seen enough guys front scratch.
Well, I've done my share of front scratching.
Yeah, but you're not in the front watching it.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm telling you, there's something else, and it's even more.
Oh, good.
It's even clownier than that. Plus, there's a thing called slow shopping out right now. A slice of cake from the Queen sells at auction out there. Let's see. 23andMe has cut their workforce, which is an interesting thing because they're retooling that entire idea. And of course, we've talked a lot about 23andMe here recently.
Well,
so
the whole board resigned. In one day.
Yeah, it's like 40% of their employees are out.
Yeah, they're having some big problems.
Yeah. I'm not worried about my DNA.
And SAT,
I'm sure they're good with it.
And SAT scores in Florida have really set a standard, guys. We'll tell you all about that a little bit later. Deb, what do you have for news?
Florida is going to be well represented in the incoming Trump administration. The National Weather Service predicts Sarah will form, but the forecast track is a mystery. And the time has come for squishy robots. We'll talk about that and more coming up next during JCS News.
You got it. All right, 407-916-1041. Win is your 3 o'clock keyword. That's WIN. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back with Deb's News and more of The Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio is
The Monsters in the Morning. put up with you. You suck. And I don't want to be married anymore. And then he'll be like, but you want my paycheck coming in here, don't you? And then she goes, if you don't shut your mouth, I'm going to stop cleaning the bed sheets when you S in them.
Oh.
And he goes, hey, shut up.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Good afternoon. There's a couple accidents to keep an eye out for here where Sand Lake Road meets Skyview Drive. Authorities are clearing up an accident where Sand Lake Road meets Orange Blossom Trail there. The traffic lights are working incorrectly where Thomas Road meets Severin Boulevard. Traffic is slowing down on I-4 in the Lake Buena Vista area. And just keep in mind, move over and slow down if you see police activity or emergency vehicles on the roadways. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Lenovo.com.
This holiday season, before you pull the trigger on a gaming PC, go to Lenovo.com first. Get the best prices on the Lenovo you want, like the Legion Pro 5 gaming laptop. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Guys, time to refresh your ride. It's the Central Florida International Auto Show this weekend, the 14th through the 17th, right there at the Orange County Convention Center. A really good time. I've gone to this thing many times. You get a close-up look at the hottest new cars out there, trucks, luxury vehicles, SUVs, EVs, all the cool tech, all the new electric vehicles. You can even take a new test drive in a brand new EV. That's from makers like BMW, Porsche, Hyundai, some cool stuff out there. It's the Central Florida International Auto Show, the place to refresh your ride. It's the 14th through the 17th. That's this weekend. Get your tickets now at the convention center. It's OrlandoAutoShow.com.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
Are you ready for the ultimate sports experience? Look no further than Frogger's Grill and Bar. We've got your sports fix covered with Saturday college football, NFL football on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays too. Catch all the action on our tons of high-definition TVs while enjoying drink specials available all week long. Don't miss out on Frogger's amazing menu, where everything is fresh, never frozen. Oviedo, Mount Dora, Apopka, and Altamont Springs. Frogger's, hopping with food and fun.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The great American race, where year after year, greatness is the destination.
Drivers, start your engines, let's go!
So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Listen, if you're thinking about getting a Lenovo gaming computer this holiday season, you have to check out Lenovo.com first. Why? Because that's where you'll find the biggest savings on great gear, like the Legion Pro 5 gaming laptop and Legion Tower 7 Gen 8 gaming desktop. The best price on a Lenovo is at Lenovo.com, with PCs up to 53% off. So go directly to the source and save big. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. International Diamond Center's most anticipated sale of the year is this weekend, Friday through Sunday. Our biggest and final store-wide event. Get up to 20% off or 3 years zero-interest financing. Getting engaged, upgrading your diamond, looking for that perfect gift? You can't miss this. IDC's best prices on all rings, all earrings, all bands, all bracelets, all fashion jewelry. Save up to 20% or get 3 years zero-interest financing. And special pricing on over 1,000 GIA-certified diamonds. Friday through Sunday only, and only at IDC. 3 Orlando locations on approved credit.
Office Depot Office Max is here to help you finish the year strong and refreshed for 2025. Our print team can create signs and banners for your business or custom calendars and canvas prints for the holidays. And now through December 21st, save 25% on print and copy services and 50% on all photo products with coupon. Plus, shop new furniture and chairs and the latest AI PCs to keep you productive. Visit us at your local Office Depot or Office Max store or at OfficeDepot.com.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
You've got a Pepto predicament, moviegoer.
Hey,
I can hear your stomach grumbling.
Sorry, I ate that entire tub of popcorn with extra butter.
You overdid it, and now your movie has turned into a blockbuster bellyache. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto Chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can focus on the action on the big screen instead of in your stomach. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Bring your forecast into focus with WESH 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Class.
My focus is on your day, every day.
WESH 2 News Sunrise on CW18, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Let's watch TV.
What do you want to watch?
Big Bang.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Kick your night off with a bang.
Every night at 7 o'clock.
Bang, bang. Let the good times roll.
Sounds like a party.
Did someone say party?
Party's my middle name.
You know you want to watch.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it.
The Big Bang Theory, tonight at 7, only on CW18.
I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
What are you talking about?
Covering Central Florida, so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imparato, Jesse Pagan, and First Warning Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi. WESH 2 News at 10 on CW18. Local, live, late breaking.
Hey, this is Kyle Brandt. You're busy. I'm busy. But every single Monday, we take 10 minutes to dish out 10 takes. NFL, life, whatever, but never more than 10 minutes. It's 10 takes with Kyle Brandt. Driving home from work, you got time for 10 takes. Taking a smoke break, you still smoke? You got time for 10 takes. Listen to 10 Takes with Kyle Brandt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 10 Takes with Kyle Brandt and start listening.
Think orange for your next vehicle. OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate that as we do every single day. Your 3 o'clock keyword is WIN, W-I-N. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance to win $1,000. WIN, guys, is your 3 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you do win that cash. Welcome back. I am Jim. Jack is right over there, and Deb has your news.
What?
It's time for JCS News.
Wow, has this guy got to put his name on everything?
It's in my contract, dude.
Here's the news on the Jim Colbert Show.
JCS News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. All right, Florida is going to be well represented in the incoming Trump administration. Reports say Trump has picked Florida Senator Marco Rubio to be his nominee for Secretary of State, becoming the first Hispanic person for the post. South Florida Congressman Carlos Jimenez tells NBC6 in Miami he's thrilled about the potential appointment of another Cuban American.
We are so proud of Marco and everything he's accomplished in his life. And now he'll be the highest-ranking Cuban-American ever in U.S. history.
A senior Biden administration official also called Rubio a serious and qualified choice for the president's chief foreign affairs advisor. Trump has also reportedly asked North Florida Congressman Michael Waltz to be his national security advisor. Last week, Trump named Florida political operative Susie Wiles as White House chief of staff. Now, Florida would have an open U.S. Senate seat if Marco Rubio is confirmed as Secretary of State in the Trump administration, so Governor Ron DeSantis would be tasked with filling the vacancy. Among those thought to be considered for the post are Rubio's chief of staff or Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez. DeSantis is also reportedly considering resigning as governor, having Nunez succeed him, and then she would appoint DeSantis to fill Rubio's seat. DeSantis is also considering appointing Attorney General Ashley Moody, House Speaker Jose Oliva, and DeSantis' wife, First Lady Casey DeSantis. All right, that's not all.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Unpack that. I've got enough to do.
I thought it was a pretty slick move of these are the bizarre stories you hear, resigning and then having the lieutenant governor appoint him.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And that makes a nice transition since he can't run for governor again. He's termed out.
Yep. He is termed out, yeah.
Yeah.
So continue.
Pointing his wife, though, that seems a little sketch.
Yeah, man, I don't
know. Senate Republicans will select their new leader tomorrow. South Dakota's John Thune. Texas's John Cornyn and Florida's own Rick Scott are all vying to be the party's leader in the upper chamber, looking to replace Kentucky's Mitch McConnell, who's stepping aside as Republican leader. This comes as Congress returns today after a month-long recess. Okay, on to other stories where estimated insured losses from Hurricanes Helene and Milton are approaching.
For both hurricanes?
For both hurricanes. This would just be in Florida.
Just for Florida. No. 18 billion.
I'll take the under. 17.9 billion.
5 billion.
Oh, is it really?
So,
okay,
oof, right?
Screw Jack.
The Florida office.
I saved money.
The Florida Office of Insurance Regulation reports as of Friday, the estimate is about $4.8 billion. Over 416,000 claims have been filed so far from both storms. That's the frightening part, right? 416,000 claims, and yet it's measured up to $5 billion.
It's really
nothing to see here, folks.
It's really scary if you're an insurer.
Yeah, exactly, or trying to be insured.
Right.
Helene struck the Big Bend region on September 26th, while Milton slammed into the Gulf Coast on October 9th, and it already seems like it was last year.
Yeah. And the party's not over.
And it's not. There are so many folks that are still dealing with high water, insurance companies not giving them their money, still waiting to tear out walls from a storm that happened almost 5 weeks ago.
And we still have percolators.
Yeah, we still have percolators.
Yeah.
All right. A new damage assessment report says, hey, Tropicana Field can be repaired in time for the Tampa Bay Rays 2026 season. Here's the bad news.
Blue tarp.
No. $56 million.
Woo!
Now,
really?
For those who don't have the backstory to this, the Tampa Bay Times says the 412-page report puts a damage estimate actually at $39 million on the stadium, with obviously the most expensive item to fix, the roof, at about $23.6 million.
How about just tear the thing that holds the roof up and just call it good?
Exactly. Leave it open air because they're leaving that joint anyway.
Yeah,
and that's the problem, because if the city okays the repair bill, the Trop would only be in use for 2 seasons. Given the plans for a new stadium to open in 2028, now MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred has said that he'd prefer the Rays to play in the Tampa Bay area. But I'm with you guys. Just rip the roof off and save that $56 million because you're building a new one in 2 years.
That's right. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Or find somewhere else in the Bay Area or come to Camping World Stadium.
You could probably scrap the metal and make the money it costs to take the damn thing down.
Go to Orlampa.
Yeah.
Put the stadium in Orlampa.
Well, we're about to get some of that too. I mean, because the Jags. I mean, we're making a big pitch for the Jags to come here, right?
Yeah.
And play their. You don't think we're going to get it?
Nah.
Who are we competing against?
Daytona.
Daytona.
That was one of
at the racetrack.
Yeah.
Get out of here. We got a football stadium. Why would they go there?
I don't know.
Because it's closer to Jacksonville, right down 95.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
Well, in the meantime, a tropical wave gaining steam in the Central Caribbean is. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday when it was at 50% favorability for development. Guess what it is now? 90.
It had a good night.
Yeah, it did.
This thing, and if you see the tracks, get out of here with this.
It's producing an area of disorganized thunderstorms that could develop into a named storm later this week. National Weather Service Miami meteorologist Luke Culver says wind shear and other factors are keeping Sarah's potential track a mystery.
The waters are warm, so it's likely that something will develop. Really, the biggest factors are going to be the trajectory as well as the intensity uncertainty given any potential wind shear.
Yeah, Culver says Florida won't feel any effects of a potential storm until the middle of next week. And yeah, as you said, Jimmy, one, I can't remember if it's the GFS or the Euro. It hasn't even formed yet, so it's hard for them to put the spaghetti track models out. One has it going over Cuba, and one has it coming over South Florida.
There's like 3 of them that have it going up into the middle of the Gulf and then hanging a dead right.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I've got a story later on about breaking tourism numbers in Florida. Everybody wants to come here.
Yeah, sure.
All right. In the meantime, the FEMA worker accused of telling staff to skip hurricane-damaged homes with Trump signs claims it just didn't happen in Florida. Former FEMA supervisor Marnie Washington told podcaster Roland Martin she's being made a scapegoat.
Senior leadership will lie to you and tell you that they do not know, But if you ask the DSA crew leads and specialists what they are experiencing in the field, they will tell you. Demand for FEMA to give you those incident reports.
Washington says she was just following FEMA protocol, and it also happened in the Carolinas. Now, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell called it a violation of the agency's core values and principles, and she will be able to answer for those soon when she testifies before a special House Oversight Committee. All right, SpaceX is celebrating a record-tying launch of its Falcon 9 boosters. Monday's launch that carried a Korean communications satellite into space was the 23rd for the first stage booster. That ties the mark set by two other Falcon 9 boosters that are both out of service. The reusable booster landed about 7 miles away at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and re-entry produced a sonic boom. Do you guys remember those?
Yeah.
Every shuttle
the
launch.
shuttle.
Yeah.
And you'd always forget, and you'd be like, what the hell was that?
Yeah. Or you just moved here and you're like, incoming!
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it was a busy day at SpaceX.
yeah, you move here from a war-torn area.
Yeah, oh no, yeah.
And you hear...
And you're like, cover your ass, honey.
Get underground.
It's happened. As later, it launched a second Falcon 9 rocket into space, this one carrying another batch of Starlink satellites into orbit.
We have a texter who points out a big problem with leaving the roof off of Tropicana Field. It's not built for that, so they have no drainage. So when the water comes in, there's no place for the water to go.
Oh, yeah, and there's a lot of equipment in there,
Again,
electrical equipment.
But it seems like you could well, yeah, maybe so. Okay.
Like a sump pump?
Yeah, well, no.
That would be cheaper than a new roof.
Look, cut a bunch of French drains into the sewer system.
Oh,
that
listen to
also
him.
would be a lot cheaper than the $56 million
So
to put a new tarp
bougie.
up.
So bougie with your French
Ease
drains.
up. It's just a drain.
We cut the drain right here.
Yeah, say a French drain.
It's cheaper than your roof.
They are very buttery. Very buttery.
Flaky.
Very flaky and buttery, those French
you
drains.
had me buttery. A plan is in the works to enhance Florida's Space Coast. State aerospace leaders have outlined a roughly $100 million proposal for 6 projects meant to benefit launches in Cape Canaveral. Some of the improvements would include upgrades to the area's wastewater treatment plants, revamped electrical infrastructure, and a Port Canaveral expansion. If approved, crews would also replace a NASA-owned bridge connecting the Kennedy Space Station and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The goal is to increase the number of launches from Brevard County. If you're keeping track, as of right now, the region has already broken its previous record set last year with nearly 80 launches.
Yeah, man.
And again, they said they want to have 100 launches off the Space Coast before the end of this year. About almost the middle way through November, I think they're probably going to be able to meet and probably exceed that. All right, also out on the coast, a new cruise ship is calling Brevard County home. The Disney Treasure docked at Port Canaveral earlier this morning after a 14-day voyage across the Atlantic Ocean. The ship can accommodate up to 4,000 guests, offering them a variety of amenities, including themed dining experiences, live entertainment, and interactions with Disney characters. The Disney Treasure is expected to boost tourism on Florida's Space Coast, scheduled to embark on its maiden voyage, which will be a 7-night Eastern Caribbean cruise on December 21st.
Nice.
Drove by Sunday on my way to the NKF Surf Fest, and just 5 giant cruise ships all in port there.
They're
just
massive.
Isn't it amazing?
It's just like adding another city to the city.
It's weird because I've been a cruiser for a while, so I've seen I've seen the growth of these ships. You know, going back in the days to the Carnival Glory and ships like that. You're like, wow, I went on the Glory. This thing's massive. You see that thing parked next to these, and that thing looks like a dinghy comparatively to these new ships. It's amazing when you see them in port next to each other. In some of these other places, when the other ships come from other parts of the world, again, they just look tiny, like rowboats compared to these gigantic cities on the water. You know.
And Port Canaveral is the second busiest port. Of course, Miami is the world's busiest cruise port. They're expecting 6 new ships in Miami. Port Canaveral just like nipping right at their heels when it comes to that. And here's why. Because Florida is breaking more tourism records in the third quarter of this year. Governor DeSantis says, how many visitors travel to the Sunshine State? This would be the third quarter of this year.
So just in this quarter.
Just in this quarter.
Wow, fall season in Florida. I mean, this is when they come, right?
Yeah.
This is when they come. So, Jack, you go first.
Okay. 20 million.
That's a good guess.
Is it? I have no idea.
Well, I think we get about
That's our population.
I think we get about 100 million a year, right? I think it's between like 85 and 100 million visitors a year to the state or to this area.
So
He said 20.
Take the over.
I'll go 31 million.
Ooh, 34.6
nice.
million visitors.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
All
about
right,
right.
Jimmy.
Yes.
Travel to the Sunshine
boy.
State.
Seasonally.
That is a 1.8% increase over last year and the highest number for any third quarter ever. Of the 34 million visitors, 2.3 million came from overseas, while 582,000 came from Canada, you know.
Yeah. Wait till they pop the top on that thing in Universal Studios. Wait till they pop the top on that thing. You think this third quarter was gnarly? Wait till next year when they crack that thing open and it's got all the bugs out of it by, they crack it open in May, and by December, November of next year, all the bugs will be gone. Watch then.
Epic Universe.
God almighty, it's going to be insane. I bet there's
It
like
already
a
is.
4% increase maybe.
Yeah, if you're lucky, if you can even get tickets. I've been seeing a lot of stories of people trying to pre-buy and for when it's open.
That's the beginning. They're going to have no problem
Oh,
selling tickets.
no.
It's going to be
No, that's what they're saying. There's so much demand that people are like,
Also, they are going to have a problem selling tickets. The problem is they won't have enough to sell.
Right, exactly.
And then those prices are going to become exponentially greater like they are now with all the parks, and just raise their prices again. Next thing you know, it's going to cost you $300 per day to go to the park, and that's probably where it's going to be in 2 years, 3 years.
$300 a day. That's kind of a discount.
No,
isn't it?
I think it's $176 a ticket now just for one park, is it not?
I'm sorry, what?
I think a 3-park pass is in the low 2s, isn't it?
Congratulations.
I think you almost made Jack lose consciousness there for just a
Congratulations to anyone who
second.
can afford that.
Right. All right, we talked about this yesterday, and although it was a plethora of banana hammocks, glow sticks, and ripped up nylons or stockings, not everyone's singing the praises of that recent music festival in Orlando. The Electric Daisy Festival was held at Tinker Field last weekend. Thousands attended, but dozens of noise complaints were lodged by neighbors. Get this, some of those complaints came from about 5 miles away in College Park. One resident says,
"Oh my God, that's Karen capital of all of Orlando."
One resident says it felt like the festival was right next door.
Wow, for one day a year, you can't let people party and have a good time?
I think it might be 3 days.
Yeah, whatever. One weekend a year.
And guess what? You'd be complaining the loudest.
Oh my God, he
I would not. I would
Yes,
just start.
you-
I would just start shooting.
He tells Fox 35 he understands the city needs to generate revenue, but they have to balance that with the needs of its citizens. All right, the Orlando Science Center is going to try and break a Guinness World Record this upcoming weekend. Sounds like a fun event for the whole family. The facility is going to attempt to make history for the most people flying paper rockets at one time. The minimum number needed for the record-breaking effort?
Oh my goodness. I read this story today. Actually, I have it pulled to talk about it a little bit later today as well. But
so you're cheating.
I can't. No, I didn't read the story yet. I just pulled it because I found it interesting. And the reason why is because my daughter did those STEM programs out there where you drop the egg and
Right,
but that's at UCF.
I don't know what a paper rocket is.
Yeah,
and I did check it out. I did check to make sure I wasn't reading paper rockets.
What's the propulsion system on a paper rocket?
it's like one of those little rocket motors you buy, like a
Is
little
it,
rocket.
or
I think it's a little rocket motor, isn't it?
Well, how many people do you think they need?
250.
Oh, give yourself a dong, my friend. Right on the money.
I pulled the story, but I didn't look.
I swear
and I
on
get
my
it on the money.
Oh no!
I swear on my. I would take a lie detector test on that.
I'll, yeah. I'll do what you tell me.
Here's your dong.
Tinted and unclean. Mother, I win. It's tainted and unclean. That makes sense. That checks out. That
Pulled
tracks.
the story.
That tracks.
An official judge from Guinness World Records will be on site during the attempt. The center is inviting visitors ages 8 and older to take part in the event at the Dr. Phillips Cinedome at 1 p.m. on Saturday. There are limited seats, so people are encouraged to arrive early.
There you go.
And then finally, speaking of all things STEM, this is when you know, that leads to some pretty cool careers.
Yeah.
Because engineers at the University of Hawaii at Manoa are making a significant medical breakthrough for surgeries. UH officials say they've developed, quote, tiny squishy robots, end quote, that work together through the body's complex network of tubes and vessels. The robots will help with minimally invasive surgeries as they're able to, quote, deliver medicine to multiple locations, end quote, perform several tasks at once, and perform remotely. They're also able to adapt to the body's natural pathways.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's a squishy robot.
Right, yeah. I just pooped a calculator.
UH officials said the research was done.
That would hurt.
Between, well, they're squishy, so
right.
said the research was done in collaboration between UH, Manoa, and other institutes and universities in Germany, Switzerland, and Turkey.
Yeah.
It's worth a YouTube look to see what these squishy robots can do.
I saw some other crazy cool medical stuff today. You know how much I'm a goon for that stuff, right? Cancer research from the fungus that grows on a certain caterpillar.
Oh, wow.
It's shown to be able to invade cancer cells and stop the mechanism that lets them reproduce.
Wow.
I mean, crazy stuff. I told you that AI is going to drop kick this stuff into the next generation. Everybody's thinking it's going to take over the world. It's not. But what it is going to do is it is going to exponentially move forward medicines that they have to test over and over. And it takes so many human hours. And AI can do that stuff in just minutes or seconds for it. So they're going to be able to really produce these interesting and unique therapies way faster in the next 10 years, 20 years as we move forward.
Well, this concludes your JCS news.
All right, 407-916-1041. Well, if you get us one, we won't have to do it live.
Well, let's hear his.
No, I secretly enjoy it.
All right,
there he is tickling the fat girl again.
Win is your 3 o'clock keyword. That's WIN. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance.
Wow.
At $1,000. All right, a slice of the cake from the Queen of England that's 76 years old goes up for auction. I'll tell you exactly how much it sold for in 1 sec.
The Froggers football follow-up is next. Call now for your chance to win. 407-916-1041.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your Central Florida forecast. And for today, we're going to be expecting another partly to mostly sunny sky and warm temperatures well above normal for this time of year with a high of 86 degrees in Orlando. We can't rule out a stray shower or two, especially near the coast. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing a mostly dry stretch, especially by the end of the week and into the weekend, where temperatures will dip back down into the upper 70s for highs. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. It's Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details while supplies last.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here. And if you ask anybody who's experienced LASIK surgery, they'll tell you right to your face it is the best decision they ever made. If you ask my father-in-law, if you ask my son, they will tell you that for sure. Father-in-law leaned on glasses his entire life. No more, though. No more contacts, no more any of that stuff. Just crystal clear life in front of you every single day you wake up. What are you waiting for, man? If you're dealing with bad eyesight with glasses or contacts, get over to the Filatowski Eye Institute. They are offering free LASIK consultations. It won't cost you a nickel to find out what these guys can do for you. And what they can do is change your life overnight with unbelievable vision. Just text 1041 to 868686 and start your journey to better vision. Do that with the Filatowski Eye Institute. These guys have all the experience you could possibly want. 65,000 LASIK procedures. They're one of the OG LASIK companies in town, and they use the latest state-of-the-art tech, which gets you the best results every single time. And if finances is a concern, don't sweat that either. They have 24-month interest-free financing waiting for you right now. Just text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Can you imagine rising for work before the crack of dawn? Tending to hundreds of acres of land before dusk? Well, that's what happens on 47,000 Florida farms every day. Florida's farmers work hard to grow nutritious food for you and your family. And you can help support them by enjoying delicious Fresh from Florida produce. Look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo where you shop or visit freshfromflorida.com to learn more.
Upgrade your old windows and doors with the latest designs from Renewal by Andersen. One reason is unmatched strength. Renewal by Andersen's Acclaim Impact windows and doors are made from Fibrex material, which is 2 times stronger than vinyl, ensuring superior durability and resistance to extreme weather conditions. The wonderful team at Renewal by Andersen saw firsthand the incredible performance of Renewal by Andersen's windows and doors in the face of the damage caused by Hurricane Milton back in early October. Robert agrees Space, and this is what he had to say. Our experience with every employee of Renewal by Andersen was exceptional. The windows that were installed are better than expected. A big thank you. During the month of November, save 20% on your entire project, plus zero money down, zero payments, and 0% interest for 18 months. Visit bestwindowsflorida.com to schedule your free consultation today. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, license number CGC 1527613.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news. Mortgage rates have improved again this week. Get your quote for a refinance to lower payments or get cash out at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Save time and money with the aluminum fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need for an average backyard of 120 feet starting at $23.65. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License numbers C10252 and C10803.
Bring your forecast into focus with West 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Class.
My focus is on your day, every day.
West 2 News Sunrise on CW18. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Oh, here we go.
The next generation of WWE superstars
Welcome to NXT.
is here.
NXT on the CW.
The CW is the official home of NXT Wrestling. And tonight, the new era of NXT continues.
Get hype, baby. Get pumped. We are all
NXT, all new tonight on the CW.
It all begins tonight at 8, only on CW18.
Covering Central Florida so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imparato, Jesse Pagan, Darren Stoltzfus, and Chief Meteorologist Tony Manolfi. West 2 News on CW18. Every night at 10.
The free iHeart app goes everywhere you do. Even better, when you plug your phone into Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, the app becomes part of the dash with a seamless way to listen to your favorite radio stations, the latest must-hear podcast, or a custom playlist to get you focused. Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the iHeart app today.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's time for the Froggers Football Follow-Up on the Jim Colbert Show.
That's right. It is time for the Froggers Football Follow-Up. We're about to give someone a $25 gift card to Froggers Grill and Bar, 4 locations right here in Central Florida. Last night was the last game of the weekend, and of course, we have to wait for that to make sure that we have the clear and precise winner.
That is right. And if you correctly identify which one of us was the winner this week, we're giving you a $25 gift card to Froggers, good at all 4 area locations, whether it's Apopka, Altamont Springs, Oviedo, or Mount Dora. You go to Froggers.com to find the one near you.
Okay.
Great food, but what's really cool is coming up a week from Sunday, we're talking the 24th, I will be hanging at the Froggers in Apopka, and I want you to join me there. More details on that as we get closer to that little event. But without further ado, we have 3 players who want to try and predict which one of us nailed it this week.
Deb
on picks. So Deb, you have the opportunity and honor to select between these 3 names: Jimmy, Chris, or Matt.
Come on, guys. You know it's no competition in the world. We're going Chris.
Yeah, very good. Chris, how are you doing?
It would have been funny if it was Jimmy, Chris, or Jack.
I know. But that would have been my luck. That would have been when Chris was listening.
Yeah.
Chris, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Good to hear from you. All right. I messed that up right off the bat. All right.
Oh, you did. So did I.
Christine would have been a good heads up. It's whatever. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
No, it's the little things that that amuse me.
I'm with you, Jimmy.
All right, Chris.
Jack is mean.
Who do you think had the best weekend in the football pool this weekend, Chris?
Well, I think I'm going to go with Deborah.
Chris is going with Deborah, Jack. Is there any reason you're going with Deborah, Chris?
She picked me, and she's my girl partner there.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Thank
Jack?
you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Here's the deal. Let me give you a quick update.
Man.
Yeah, sorry. But, Chris, don't hang up. I just want to say that Deb has been doing extremely well this year. But Jim and I this week, we each had 9 correct. Unfortunately, that was not good enough because Deb had 12 correct and not only won between the three of us, she won it all for our pool.
Yay!
Chris, you are a winner, Chris. Deborah's a winner.
Oh, yeah, everybody wins except for Jack.
Well, Jimmy, I beat you this week.
Yeah, you didn't. We both had 9.
And on points, I was ahead.
We both had 9.
I was ahead. So let's look. For the year, Deb now leads the show with 94 correct. Jim is 93, and I have 92.
Whoa, we are 92, 90. Thank you, Christine.
Yeah, good job, Christine. I'm going to put you on hold. There you go. You are a winner of a $25 gift card to Frogger's Grill and Bar.
Yeah, by the way, if you're counting, that's Deb's 4th win on the show this season.
Wow,
Is
what
it really?
happened?
Did you win any money yet? You haven't won anything from the pool just here on the show? Because I don't think any of us have cashed in the pool, have we not?
No, I got a Zelle notice from Mr. Bradshaw today.
Yeah, today. Yeah, you took home some cash today. I love that.
I did.
Can you tell us how much, or you want to keep that to yourself?
Yeah, tell us how much illegal gambling.
There's no illegal gambling in Florida. Everything's legal in Florida, Jack.
It's the free state of Florida,
That's
Jack.
right, buddy.
No rules.
Hey,
you can carry a gun in the small of your back while gambling.
Wait, where's Deb? We need, where's Chris? We need to hear something.
Oh,
from
that's right.
Chris.
Hold on. Let me get a break up here. Hey, Chris, we need something from you.
Ribbit.
There you go.
Yay!
I like the fact they know.
Yeah,
I know.
Because I would be like, what?
Yeah.
If you ask me now, I'd probably say what.
And with that $25 gift card, Chris will be able to go to any one of the 4 area Froggers.
Or she could join you in a
I was
couple
gonna
weeks.
You can
say,
join me
yeah.
a week from Sunday. I'll be hanging out at the Froggers in Apopka, looking forward to watching some NFL football.
And
there.
what better to do with your $25 gift card than buy Jack a beer?
Oh, that would be awesome.
How awesome would that be?
Chris, you hear that? I'll make sure we get that in the mail right away.
Congrats. It's so funny. I went to the app on Sunday afternoon because I was watching and doing some other stuff. I played golf that morning, came home, or watching, and I completely forgot and blanked about the pool. And I was like, well, let's see. Because I forget what I picked. I don't know. You know. And I went to the app and I brought it up, and there's the thing. You can see scores, and then you can there's a tab there where you hit standings, right? And when you hit standings, it shows you who is in the lead. And I hit standings, and I'm used to scrolling down to find my name, if I'm just being honest with you.
That's the same thing with me.
I'm used to scrolling down to
depressing.
See how far I am behind anybody that's going to win any money up there. And it's always like the same 5 guys who have no life at the top. Yeah, I'm calling you out, by the way. And then secondly, I'm looking at it, and it's like first name, Deborah Roberts. And by the way, when I looked at it, you weren't catchable. Like when I looked at it, you had like 12 or 13 wins, and the closest to you was like 10 or 11. So I didn't think you were even catchable. And then later that afternoon, I think BK kind of came up on you.
Brandon Kravitz.
And last night, and by the way, the funny part of the entire thing is going into last night, it could have gone either way, and they did wind up tying. But here is what you have to do is you have to pick points, right? That's the tiebreaker, is the total points for the game. You know, take both teams, add their points together. That's the number, right?
Yep.
And we were sitting here talking, and Deb said, I wrote 38. And I said, well, I usually write 42 because I've figured out that that's like the balance between most games. You know, that's the best plus or minus number as I've kind of looked at it through the year. And I'm like, and you're like, did you ask me if you should move it to 42?
Yesterday I was like, should I move it to 42 or should I keep it at 38? And then I'm like, you know what? You know what it was? It was Jack saying, I don't know if you should change it. You've been doing pretty good without any help from us so far. And I thought, you know what, Jack?
Yeah.
We're keeping it at 38.
Basically,
right.
Don't listen to Jimmy. and that's what I was saying.
By the way, she would have won even if you would have moved it to 42 because I think he was at 48, right?
He was.
Oh,
Deb,
wow.
Yeah, so you won it outright.
Nailed the point total on
nailed
the,
it.
Yeah, 23 to 15. I picked 38. I couldn't believe believe it because I was like, oh man.
And when I looked,
I was happy that Miami won.
And when I looked, they were driving there at the end. I mean, they had a chance to score or do something. I mean, but they just can't. They couldn't make it happen. Man, they looked bad last night too. The Rams are terrible. God almighty. What happened to the Dolphins? All of a sudden, their offense is doing something, and the Rams couldn't even score. Did they even score a touchdown?
I think his name is Tua.
Yeah. I don't think it's all that, though. I think Miami's defense played incredible last night. They put a lot of pressure on Matt Stafford. He never got a chance to do anything.
It's funny, when Stafford got his receivers back, they actually looked pretty good, and they won last week, and then they just fell flat.
Well, the thing is I'm kind of learning that, that game scheme is everything, and the way they scheme up these defenses based on what they see from the offenses going in. Whoever schemed up Miami's defense last night just did it right because Stafford never had a chance to throw the ball downfield. None.
I am amazed I won this thing because I only understood, I think, about a quarter of that. The rest of it, I'm like, yeah, I picked 38.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You win, man. You get the money in your pocket. I don't.
Yeah.
Who cares what I know?
You do, Deb. And on Thursday, we'll make our picks for the upcoming week in the Froggers football forecast. And again, we invite people to play along and enjoy. You can watch all the football action or Magic or Orlando City or Orlando Pride. If it's on TV, you can find it at the Froggers near you. Apopka, Altamont Springs, Oviedo, and Mount Dora, your 4 area Frogger locations.
Very nice. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it as always.
Yeah, thank you, Froggers.
407-916-1041. Take a little break. We'll do What'd You Do That's New on the other side of this. And we have a freshie keyword at the top of the hour. Stay put.
This has been the Froggers Football Follow-Up. Find the Froggers near you at Froggers.com. Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Traffic remains slow in the usual spots on I-4 this afternoon for those traveling in the Orlando area today. Things are heavily backed up for those traveling between the Beach Line and 536. Looking at accident activity blocking multiple eastbound lanes on Colonial Drive at Bonneville Drive. Still seeing delays from the earlier crash northbound on OBT. That blocks the right lane at Clarkona Ocoee Road. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
Florida needs a power company that's storm ready. That's why FPL works year-round to keep the power on and restore it safely and as quickly as possible when needed. FPL, working for you every single day. Get ready at fpl.com/storm.
Man, if you're entertaining in your backyard this holiday season, it is easy with help from our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. These guys have grills and smokers from Big Green Egg, Traeger, Weber, or Napoleon. Or maybe get a griddle. That way you can cook your family that beautiful breakfast. Maybe a pizza oven for personal pizza night. All of that is so much fun and awesome, by the way. Those pizza ovens are absolutely wonderful. But Tools Ace also has Polywood outdoor furniture available, dining sets, and Adirondack chairs. These things are absolutely gorgeous. It's virtually indestructible, will not fade in the Florida sun. Really nice stuff. But when it gets cool outside, and that's coming up here soon, you want to keep warm outside. Don't forget, these guys have fire pits, firewood, patio heaters, and propane to keep everyone warm when the temperature drops. Get it all assembled and delivered to your home for free when you spend $3.99 or more on grills or patio furniture. Just visit one of their 13 Central Florida locations, or you can shop online. Do that at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, the backyard place.
If a Lenovo computer is on your holiday list, make sure Lenovo.com is your first stop. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want, like the ThinkPad X1 Carbon Gen 12 laptop and Legion Tower 7 Gen 8 gaming desktop. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 53% off. Score unbeatable holiday savings at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Hi, folks. Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer. Many of you are hurting after the hurricanes. These storms cause so much pain, and if you have property damage, there's 2 things I need you to know. First, we already have scam artists out there making all kinds of promises to homeowners if you just sign a few forms. Don't sign anything. Don't let anyone going door to door scam you into signing anything. Second, if you have hurricane damage and you haven't contacted your insurance company, please do that now. My job is to help you hold people accountable, including insurance companies, contractors, or anyone else. Call 877-MY-FLCFO. That's 877-693-5236. or go to preparefl.com with questions or to report abuse. This is a public service announcement from Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Olivia. When I was injured in a car crash, I knew from listening to this station who I needed to call. I called attorney Glenn Klossman. I knew I had a super lawyer on my side. I was extremely happy with the results. I'm Olivia, and I highly recommend attorney Glenn Klossman, Office Winter Park.
It's International Diamond Center's biggest and last store-wide sale of the year. Save up to 20% on virtually everything, or get 3 years interest-free financing. Incredible savings November 15th, 16th, and 17th. Only at International Diamond Center.
Ever have one of those days where your gut just feels blah?
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance, but Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 Digestive Support is a daily use probiotic with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Bring your forecast into focus with West 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Class.
My focus is on your day, every day.
West 2 News Sunrise on CW18. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Oh, here we go.
The next generation of WWE superstars
Welcome to NXT.
is here.
NXT on the CW.
The CW is the official home of NXT Wrestling. And tonight, the new era of NXT continues.
Get hype, baby. Get pumped. We are all
NXT, all new tonight on the CW.
It all begins tonight at 8, only on CW18.
Covering Central Florida so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imparato, Jesse Pagan, Darren Stoltzfus, and Chief Meteorologist Tony Manolfi. West 2 News on CW18. Every night at 10.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com.
Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
New South Window Solutions. We manufacture, we install, we guarantee. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, bank. B-A-N-K, bank. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Are you offended? Obviously, we're only kidding. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Yes, Jim, you're very right. Deltona, they're killing the dogs, they're killing the cats, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Yeah, be careful of Daytona.
Hey, Colbert crew. We've learned the hard way that every Halloween season we keep all of our black pets in the house, especially after one year when somebody impaled our sweet little bloodhound puppy with a stick in the chest. The vet patched her up, but we learned our lesson.
Wow, dude, what a drag.
Hey guys, I hope you guys are doing well. Well, Marco Rubio would be the perfect choice for this job because he never shows up to work. So yeah, thanks, bye.
So, tiny, squishy robots, are those nanobots? Wow.
Yeah, it is the same thing. Isn't it like a nanobot? Isn't it the same thing?
No, nanobot is like a tiny little one.
Mm-hmm.
This one is squishy.
Squishy.
Yeah. Okay, it's squishy. Big difference. All right, 407.
Like a plushie.
916-1041. Your 4 o'clock keyword is bank. B-A-N-K. Get over to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. Bank is your 4 o'clock keyword. Good luck. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well. Yeah, buddy?
Squishmallow.
Yeah, Squishmallow. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of like a memory foam squishy thing.
There you go. All right, very good. Let's do what you do that's new.
You don't have kids who have Squishmallow.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
No,
they're
no.
old. They're too old for that.
Yank, yank.
What'd you do that's new? What'd you do that's new? Hey!
If we only knew something new to do, we're relying on you. Tell us something new brought to you by Clausman Law.
That's right. What'd you do that's new? Brought to you by Clausman Law. That's KLAUSMAN Law.com. Offices right there in Winter Park, 407-917-1718. We'll talk to Glenn on Thursday for Colbert Court. All right. What'd you do that's new? Every Tuesday at 4 o'clock. One of the members of the show will choose something for the other two to listen to or watch or read, usually under an hour. We'll do that and then come back and talk about what we chose and then move on to the next member. It's Jack's choice this week. And then we have a celebrity chooser, which I do not know who it is yet. And we'll find out who that is here in a second. Jack?
Yes, so this was something that was released pretty recently on Max, also formerly known as HBO. And it was a two-part documentary on one of my favorite shows of all time, The Sopranos. And the creator of The Sopranos is David Chase. So this delves into the making of The Sopranos and a little more about David Chase. And really, I believe the parallels in his life and the life of Tony Soprano and the story of The Sopranos. So it's called Wise Guy, David Chase and The Sopranos. It's a two-parter. You guys were asked to watch part one, and they're both available on Max. And so that's what you watched for today. What'd you think?
So this is there's only one more part to this?
Correct.
Okay, good. So I have to watch the second part. I thought there were actually more than that. I wasn't sure. I thought this was amazing. Like amazing. Like if you want to know where the Game of Thrones and all these shows like Breaking Bad and The Wire,
True Blood,
and the reason those shows ever made it to television, if you ever wondered, how did TV bridge the gap from Seinfeld and The Cosby Show to Game of Thrones, The Wire, Breaking Bad, name your favorite, The Bear, name your favorite show that deals with real life stuff that uses language and adult themes and episodic television? The answer is The Sopranos. If you're out there and you love shows like that and you have yet to watch The Sopranos, watch The Sopranos and you'll understand how important David Chase is into what you're watching on television right now. You might not be able to pick this guy out of a lineup. It does not matter. But the shows that you love that are on television right now that deal with those really adult themes, those exist because David Chase had the balls to go out and make The Sopranos. This was one of the best picks we've ever had for this.
Wow.
It was fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I'll tell you why. Much like with what we do, right? We tell you enough about ourselves. You don't know everything about each one of us, right? You don't know what empowers us. You don't know what makes us move from day to day or what guides our decisions to talk about what we talk about, right? We know that, but really nobody wants to know that, right? You just come on the air, say something fun, give us something intriguing and entertaining to listen to, follow, whatever the case may be. You would never think in a million years, and I wouldn't, I should say, that something like this could be powered by someone's actual life. And I will tell you what it also made me do. It made me more sympathetic to him in the sense that had he had a season, and he did not, that was bad, or a season or something on the show that I would think wouldn't be, oh, that's not really entertaining, or that doesn't really fit there. Now I understand that a lot of these producers and writers are injecting their own life experiences into these characters. This was unbelievable to me. Like his mom, the relationship with his mom, the movies that he loved when he was growing up and how he mimicked those with that car chase.
Yeah.
From China. Is it Chinatown or
Yeah, it was Chinatown. Roman Polanski's
That's
film.
right. And when you see how he mimicked those things, because they had such a massive effect on how he looked at filmmaking or making entertainment, man, I thought this was really, really interesting. Like, really interesting. And you learn more about James Gandolfini as well. Like, you learn more about Soprano. You think that's how he sounds. Well, if you saw interviews with James Gandolfini toward the end of his career, he did kind of almost take on a bit of that Tony Soprano kind of verbiage and vernacular. But when you hear him when he's starting the show talking, you would never even know. If I covered the screen up, I'd have never guessed it was Gandolfini. It just was amazing how that show kind of took their lives over a little bit, and they started almost morphing into those characters. And then hearing some of the actors talk about their audition experiences and how they got it and who didn't get it.
Yeah.
Man, I thought this was great, dude. Great choice.
Because I've been flirting with the idea of rewatching the series again, and I typically don't do that. I watch it everyone through the first time through, but have not gotten back. And I've been flirting with the idea to do that, but
just to look at the nuance now.
Yeah, this kind of rekindles the desire to do that. Deb, what do you think?
Oh, I loved it as well. Now,
You haven't seen The Sopranos.
I haven't.
Right. There's
'Cause
nothing wrong with that.
Well, no, at that time, HBO wasn't. I mean, that was back in the HBO, Showtime, Cinemax
Yes,
days where those were your
99, 2000,
yeah, those were your premium channels. So, but obviously, you know that it is literally the show that not only changed the face of television, but it's that's what made Netflix available was HBO. And we're all, some of us old enough to remember when HBO really was kind of considered, basement television. They didn't get maybe some movies.
Right.
You had to pay a lot of money to be able to watch it. But after The Sopranos was put on it, you had to get it.
Well, they had to go to HBO because no one on the networks would touch it.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why you had to go and watch it, because that was the only place where that kind of television was going to be made. I also love the fact that for kids today who think that if they haven't received success within the first 10, 15, maybe even 20 years of their career, that basically translates to it's never going to happen. And David Chase is another Hollywood example of if you just hang in there, where, preparation and luck intersect at success.
Absolutely.
You could literally be the name that everyone will now remember. And the thing I was so fascinated by as well, because I'm not Italian, but I understand, is how much he wouldn't work with the actors if they didn't understand that cultural dynamic of coming from an Italian-American home. For James Gandolfini, for Imperioli to believe that this guy, David Chase, has no idea what it's like to grow up in New Jersey with an Italian family. I was fascinated by how much being an Italian-American really mattered to David Chase in making this authentic show about Italian Americans.
So good, dude.
Yeah.
It was
fascinating.
So good.
Did you recognize a lot of what was in this documentary since it was so Jersey centric?
Well, that's even a great story in itself.
It is.
The fact that he shot it in Jersey, because usually that's not what happens. They shoot the inside stuff on a soundstage. They shoot the secondary. They have a second crew that shoots stuff out and around to bring the authenticity to it. And that's what they thought was going to happen. He's like, nope, move to Jersey. And HBO was behind that. They wanted that authenticity.
It's like the show only HBO could have made that way because for them there really were no rules, because they were desperate trying to compete against the networks, and they're like, we're gonna give you what they can, and HBO was willing to take those chances. God. Yeah.
And then hearing Imperioli?
Yeah.
Talk about, and you remember he's off camera. They're kind of talking between takes and stuff, and while making the show, depending on how the script's read, because some of the scripts are really violent. You haven't seen the show. There's some pretty violent stuff that happens in there.
There was enough in the documentary to kind of let me season it well enough.
And him thinking out loud while recording his show, while taping the show, going, who's going to watch this?
Yeah.
Like, who in the F is going to watch this, where it's just this constant barrage of, gang violence and and really kind of almost shining a light on that lifestyle and almost kind of making it look
But I love
cool.
I love the fact it wasn't gratuitous violence. I love the fact that I loved the fact that episode 5, College, where he finds the guy who was the rat, and the wigs at HBO are like, I don't know, man, I don't think people are going to like Tony, after they see him murder this guy. But then you realize that the entire authenticity of Tony Soprano was in his ability. He had to.
He's the boss.
You can't take that oath and then let a rat who...
That's right.
You have to do it, or your character and the show will lose all credibility. So it was interesting how what was looked at first as being gratuitous was really necessary to the story.
And it's almost like Walter White was built on that same anti-hero theory. They didn't ruin him until toward the end of the show, and they knew they could.
Same with Dexter.
And that's why when Ross used to say, oh, his favorite show was Breaking Bad and mine Sopranos, and I'm like, well...
Very similar.
You don't get to Sopranos, you don't get to Breaking Bad without Sopranos, because there was definitely influence there on Vince Gilligan, who created Breaking Bad. But it's just the Tony Soprano and the network. It's like you have a star who's the anti-hero, the bad guy that you're rooting for. And so they were deathly afraid if you show him killing somebody that no one would be able to, it would be the end of the show and people would not be able to root for him. And boy, were they wrong on that.
They were real wrong because it helped the story along. That's the whole thing. And then what did Gandolfini's like? The writing. It's all about the writing. And the writing was perfect. I will tell you, I think, along with Breaking Bad, I think it's a perfect television show. It has everything you want. When you put a mob boss into therapy, man, that in itself is the show.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you hire perfect, strong characters. Edie Falco as wife Carmela, the actress that played his mom. And it was really interesting were them showing the audition tapes for each character. The people who were going to play Christopher, who were going to play Tony Soprano, who were going to play Carmela, who were going to play his mom. I found that part fascinating because you automatically start kind of thinking, what would the show have been with those actors? And be honest with you, a couple of those actors, I think maybe could have pulled that off.
Yeah.
But it'll always be written in stone now. Really good choice, dude. Really good choice. I will definitely watch that second episode more than likely tonight.
Yeah, and that's fun. And if anyone wants the link, it's Wise Guy. I have a link to the page. It's at jimcolbertlive.com for What'd You Do That's New. And,
and then use this to jumpstart your love for The Sopranos. Get in there and watch the episode. Watch the show. It's bananas good.
It's so great.
Yeah. Who do we have next week?
Okay, Brandon Kravitz.
A BK.
Hey,
Now,
the broiler.
if you remember the first time years ago when we first started What'd You Do That's New and we were doing this, it was just when he was a new dad and he gave us something that, they were watching with their kid. Fortunately, he gave us something a little more grown up. So, and matter of fact, there's been many comparisons to The Sopranos with this next show. So here is Mr. Brandon Kravitz.
All right, guys, check this out. I don't have a lot of time over the course of the week outside of watching sports, covering Magic games. There's football games on every other night. So when I am able to duck away and enjoy some wholesome entertainment, my wife and I have been really into the show Penguin with Colin Farrell and the girl who turned out to be the mother in How I Met Your Mother. Sorry if I just ruined that for you. That show has been wildly entertaining. About to get to the season finale. I'm kind of upset that the show is going to end, but I cannot recommend this one enough. Got to sit down and watch it.
All right, so episode 1 of The Penguin.
Correct. Episode 1 of The Penguin on Max. I know they just finished their first season on Max. I think it's a limited series, but we'll see about that. I haven't heard about season 2, but a lot of high praise for it. So next week we will review Penguin season 1, episode 1 for What'd You Do That's New.
Very nice.
Courtesy of Brandon Kravitz.
Very nice. What network is that, by the way? Or where
That's
is that?
Max as
Max.
well.
Okay, good.
You get it through Hulu.
I sure do, buddy. Sure do.
I
Very
think
good.
that's actually true.
All right, 407-916-1041, text us 77031. Your 4 o'clock keyword is bank, B-A-N-K. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of The Jim Colbert Show.
What you do that's new, brought to you by Glenn Klossman, KLAESNANLAW.com. Proudly sponsored since day one by Glenn Klossman, KlossmanLaw.com.
Bye. From the Klossman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Klossman Law, KlossmanLaw.com.
Traffic is heavy this afternoon on I-4 for those traveling east and westbound on the interstate by the major attractions exits and through downtown. Looking at delays due to an earlier crash that was eastbound on Colonial Drive at Bonneville Drive. If you happen to see any other traffic problems in the Orlando area this afternoon, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need for the holidays, from custom holiday cards and photo gifts to laptops and gaming systems, even shipping solutions. And now save up to $350 on select computers. In-store only. Offer ends 11/16. Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples.
Let me tell you something, guys. When we talk about Life Imaging FLA, we're telling you about something that could actually save your life or someone you love. And we had a testimonial that came in through our sales rep yesterday. It was simply amazing. Here's why we tell you to get the cancer scan if you can, because these guys went in for their heart scans. Turned out they had no problems there, but they found out during the scan that this woman's husband was dealing with a carcinoma in his body. 5 surgeries later, it looks like everything's going to be okay and he's going to make it through. That scan saved his life. We hear stories like this all the time. And yes, we tell you it's heart related. There's no question because we want you to get this free heart scan. But in reality, when you get the scan and you include the cancer scan, it really does give you the most comprehensive look inside your body to make sure that you understand what's going on and that you can attack those issues that may show up early. That's exactly what happened for me. My heart was fine. My wife's heart was fine. The in-laws' hearts were fine. But I did have other issues, a kidney issue, a colon issue. But now I take that information to my primary care doctor, guys, and build that plan, immediately got those appointments, immediately got that treatment, and now I'm fine and everything is rosy and good. That can happen for you as well. So don't wait. Do what we did. Call Life Imaging FLA. Get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And like I said, ask about that cancer screening as well. Early detection saves lives. Simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say the keyword free heart scan. That literally is all you have to do. Pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. They'll connect you in seconds. Guys, make that call today and make this the year you finally do take control of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine.
If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office Orlando.
Get up to 50% off New South Windows and Doors. Visit our showroom on November 16th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 40% off. Want that extra 10% off? Show your U.S. military ID or bring a Toys for Tots donation. Visit newsouthwindow.com/50 for details.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we're detecting the undetectable. Using advanced AI technology, our experts can accurately detect signals in the human voice that are indicators of coronary artery disease. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic, you know where to go.
Excuse me? What happened to my grocery store?
This is your grocery store.
No, this is
a farmer's market?
Yes.
Well, sure. Any grocery store is like a farmer's market when you shop fresh from Florida. Fresh from Florida produce is locally grown by Florida farmers and always sold in season at the peak of freshness.
Well, that's a fresh new way to shop.
Fresh from Florida brings the farmer's market to wherever you buy groceries. Look for our logo or ask for Fresh from Florida.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Bring your forecast into focus with West 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Klass.
My focus is on your day, every day.
West 2 News Sunrise on CW18, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Oh, here we go.
The next generation of WWE superstars
Welcome to NXT.
is here.
NXT on the CW.
The CW is the official home of NXT Wrestling. And tonight, the new era of NXT continues.
Get hype, baby. Get pumped. We are
NXT, all new tonight on the CW.
It all begins tonight at 8, only on CW18.
Covering Central Florida so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imperato, Jesse Pagan, Darren Stoltzfus, and Chief Meteorologist Tony Manolfi. West 2 News on CW18. Every night at 10.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisor. Visit TrajanWealth.com.
This is why YouTube was created at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Hey guys, about a few weeks ago, my wife and I decided to rewatch The Sopranos, and after about a few days, I'm already wearing a pinky ring, ordering ziti at restaurants, capicola. My friends walk in, I'm like, oh, forget about it. Love you guys.
Gabagool. Gabagool.
How do you
Watch
say it
it,
again?
comrade.
So
Gabagool.
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 See you later.
'Cause
Rat bass.
I didn't want to say that one word in the show because I wasn't quite sure if that was like Italian.
I don't even know what that is. It's a
Gabagool.
Is it food?
It's capicola.
Capicola, that's right.
Gabagool.
Gabagool.
Why do
Gabagool.
I have a feeling we're being led to believe something erroneous, Jimmy.
No.
no.
I think he's right. I think I remember.
Capicola is gabagool.
Gabagool. Gabagool.
Gabagool. Jack, I'm putting my foot up with the ass.
I think Jack has about 4 hours of
I'm
Sopranos
sure.
drops. All right,
I had to blow the dust off of those.
407-916. 1041. Leave a talk back. That's easy as well, guys. Get that iHeartRadio app on your phone. Go to the Real Radio section and use that microphone you see right there to send your comment over to Jack for sure. Your 4 o'clock keyword is bank, B-A-N-K. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Hi there.
All right, so I'll pay off that that cake thing in just a few minutes. I forgot that we had the Froggers football follow up there. For
Oh,
a minute
that's
ago.
right.
So
Where
I'll
we talked about me winning the football
yeah,
pool.
we'll do that here in just a few minutes.
Did you guys
Okay.
hear that? I won.
Yeah, you're
I
going to
heard-
buy
I heard-
us
heard.
cake. That's what I heard.
Yeah. So things
That was her uncle, Jack.
So during the show, there's a couple things that happened during the show that kind of it's so weird because it wasn't a conversation per se, but it was a conversation that I had with somebody a few weeks back while playing golf that kind of came up, while I was watching this show. There's a couple things though. By the way, I did not know about Italians in this. Now, one of the scenes was there was a character named Uncle Junior on The Sopranos. He was an older guy, kind of a patriarch kind of figure of the show. And while playing golf, they were kind of ragging on him for something. And this is what I did not understand. Do you remember the scene?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Do you remember what the scene was about?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys...
Kind of hard to forget that one.
Well, did you guys know that was like a stereotype for Italian men? And what I'm talking about is this. They're making fun of this guy, Uncle Junior, because they found out that Uncle Junior will provide...
Oral pleasure?
Oral services to his women, right? And, dude... Tony Soprano was coming down on him like he'd committed a murder for doing that. I mean, he was really ragging his ass about it. Like the whole time, taking a bunch of really kind of those not so passive aggressive shots at him
That's
for
not
it.
the only culture that's like that.
Well, I knew that. I say I knew. I'm going to say I'd heard that in the African American culture that was something that black guys did not do for the longest time. I think that's changed.
Rumored to not do.
I think that's changed a lot, though, has it not? I think the black community doesn't really look at it like that anymore, but I had no idea the Italian community looked at it like that. Did you know that, Jack?
Only at the time, it doesn't seem, well, 25 years ago, it didn't seem as out of place as it does today.
Yeah, it seems.
I don't know.
Yeah, it seems.
Maybe because I've watched a lot of porn in those 25 years.
Sopranos, right? Yeah, I've seen it. But I did not know that about Italian men. And then here's the thing. I've heard black guys rag on each other, and, in movies, you've seen the stereotype where black guys, and even in their music, in hip-hop music, they talk about it, about not doing that, right? Mm-hmm. That's not something they do. What?
I was going to say, not current lyrics, but okay.
Yeah, but they did for sure back in the day, though. I'm telling you for sure that was like a thing that black guys do
like
not.
I said, you're not telling me anything new.
Right, for sure. So, but I did not know that about Italian guys. I didn't know that was like a thing in their culture. Is there any other culture that is like that isn't religious based? Because this is not a religion thing for them, is it? They're Catholics. Most Italians are Catholics, are they not?
It's the same reason why.
A machismo thing?
Right. He might have a wife, but he'll also have a mistress because he doesn't want his wife kissing his children. You know what I'm saying? There's some things she's.
No, that's a mobby thing, though, right?
It's the Madonna, Mary of Magdalene thing all over again. You're this or you're that.
So
but you don't cross-pollinate.
So it is a religious thing for them. That's a Catholic thing. I did not.
Yeah,
It's cultural.
I mean, her metaphor was religious.
So,
I don't.
And what I'm asking is this: so the show is about mob members. It's about the family, right? The Cosa Nostra and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with that said, I automatically thought it was not only an Italian thing, but it was like maybe a mob Italian thing. Like it wasn't across the board for Italian men, because aren't Italian men known as great lovers? Like swarthy kind of lovers? I always thought the Italian men had that reputation for being great lovers.
I believe they think they do.
Well, I mean, but isn't that like, it's not just me.
Or isn't that like Latin, and
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Latin men as well.
Yeah, but I've always, I mean,
It's
like
a stereotype.
Even in literature and stuff. I mean, even when you look at like some of the classic literature, I believe that I think Italian men, and you're right, Spanish men are looked at as
I think
as
that's
great
written
lovers.
by women who have a thing for Spanish
Is
men.
that it? Is? Well, I don't do women from other countries look at American men like that? Like do women in Spain or in other countries like look at American men as and consider themselves great lovers? Do we have that reputation globally?
I don't know. Foreign ladies, leave us a talk.
Yeah, I've not heard any of that though. I mean, and again, the Italian thing for that act, I did not. Man, that was a real shocker. I'm sitting there, I'm like, wow, I did not know that Italian guys would like bust each other up because they were taking care of their lady down there. The way that some guys do. I find that amazing, man. Like I'm telling you, I think that culture. Look, I think with certain religions, I think with Muslims or Islam, is it Muslims, right?
Yes.
I don't think they do because of religious things. I'm not sure about other religions or cultures, but I thought that there was one culture, at least one or two, that thought that was maybe something that was, beyond what the realm of their religion would allow sexually, even in the context of being married. Do Jews do it?
You know what? I these are topics I've never explored.
Well, I mean, this is why we're doing it.
Yeah,
That's what we're talking about, because I find this amazing. Like, I don't know culturally what causes people or what hinders people from doing it. Because I will tell you this, in my world, like, growing up my entire life, I didn't know that, like, none of the Christians I know, feel that that's an off limits kind of thing to do. I don't think the Christian religion has anything to do. Like, if you're married to your wife, I mean, theoretically, pretty much everything, with the exception of maybe one thing, is on board. But there are sodomy laws, but is that considered sodomy?
Well, as far as religion goes, sex is for procreation.
Right.
Yes.
So there is supposed to be none of that going on.
Yeah.
No, but
I don't think there's a thumbs up.
But I think if you're married in the Christian religion, you can also do it for pleasure, can you not? I mean, that's one of the ways you bind with your wife is physical contact and making love.
I've never asked these questions.
Yeah, I know. That is the great thing about this show is we get to ask these questions to a bunch of people who may know. We don't know. I don't know. By the way, if you do, call us, 407-916-1041, or send us a text or a talk back. I'd love to know these things, because I find this fascinating. Well, I wonder what percentage of our audience knew that Italian guys didn't do that. Or, I mean, that it was culturally kind of considered kind of whack for those guys.
So keeping that in mind, this is from The Sopranos, after we last segment just reviewed a two-part documentary about David Chase and The Sopranos. But this is an episode 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Where Tony Soprano is making fun of his uncle because he heard a rumor about him.
Going down. I mean, you can say that. I mean, we're not, but
there's a lot we can, and it's just, it's a sketchy.
I'm not saying anything.
Well, you should say something, because we're on a talk show. And
I was the most dumped employee for a while. I ain't going there.
But you can figure out how to work your way around it, because I do find this really fascinating, though. You guys don't find this interesting at all?
Yeah,
like these culturally that they don't provide that service, or they don't do that for even their wives. We're not talking about just some random chick you find at a bar. Like, this is your life partner, and they look at it like that. Like, they were ragging on this guy.
Well, somebody texted us and said that if you remember during the show, apparently Carmela had asked Tony why he's making fun of Junior when he does it also.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you might bust someone's balls when in reality, behind closed doors, they don't know what you're doing either.
I didn't see that part. No, that's great.
Yeah, this is okay. So someone else just texted 77031. Italian men do me, and then maybe I'll do you.
Just maybe.
Personal experience by this lady.
If you're lucky, it says what Catholics believe only in the rhythm method, no birth control. Let's see, what was it? A lot of white guys that don't do that either. I know that. That's not my thing, though. That's not what I'm asking. Australian women love American men. I know that Scottish women love American accents and love American men. That I do know that. I've heard that from my buddy who's from there. He says when you go back there, if you have an American accent in Scotland, you are like, it's a thing.
I always enjoy how you can refer to Americans having an accent when we just speak normal.
Yeah, no.
Everyone else has an accent.
Well, when you're in Scotland, you have an accent if you're an American.
Yeah. I hear what you're trying to say. I don't buy it.
Because I think a lot of there's women out there, like you were married to an English guy. Was that part of the attraction to him? Was his accent?
Well, he was half English and half Brazilian.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So the accent, that didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt, really?
Yeah, no.
Was it predominantly English, or was it more?
Oh, yeah, it was English.
Just English straight up?
Yep.
Interesting. But the funny thing is I know that women like the English accent. I just didn't know if they found it sexy.
A lot of different texters saying Jamaican men do not.
Yes.
Really?
Go south of the border.
Really?
That's a big stigma there.
Really?
Yeah, man.
I wonder if
no man, tainted and unclean.
Is that the same for men? I mean, is it the same from them to men though? I mean, is it the same? Is it a reciprocal kind of equation there? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
totally. I'm surprised you even had to ask this.
No, you what?
Are you going to ask if it's the same that women are afforded the ability to say no?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay, yeah.
You know.
Well, this topic has definitely led to some interesting text messages to Real
None
Mobile.
of which we can read.
No. 77031.
Yeah. Says this Reformed Jew.
No.
What?
Okay.
You can't say Reformed Jew? Is that bad?
No, it's what comes after that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know. But everybody can kind of figure out what's going to happen next. I mean,
we just thought you were going to read it, and my palms started to get sweaty.
Well, the one right below it's even worse. My Sicilian husband is a... And they're like,
stop.
okay, bam, you can't say the rest of that one either.
No.
All right, 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031. It says most of the Caribbean is like that as well, not just Jamaica. It said most of the Caribbean men just don't roll like that.
It's very patriarchal.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. God, but isn't the whole... I mean, you're supposed to... If your woman is happy, I mean, you should be making your woman happy, right?
I agree, but...
Do you think women have, since they've just been ignored like that they don't, like it's not even part of their repertoire, they don't even really ask for it, or they don't even make any emotions that they would really enjoy something like that because it's just simply a no right from the onset?
I don't know. You are asking all of these really deep cultural questions.
But you
can
just
spring them on us after the break.
Feel free to speculate. We can speculate here. Yeah, you
I don't want to speculate on other people's cultures.
Why not? It doesn't matter. You can just simply guess to what they may or may not do. That's the fun part of it. You don't think that's fun?
No.
They're trying to figure that out?
No.
I find that very interesting, man. The fact that different cultures have different sexual proclivities, and you may not know that from day to day. I think that's absolutely fascinating. You work with people in this building every day who may look at life completely differently. And you don't find that interesting at all?
I do find it interesting. I just don't agree with speculating. That's the difference.
Well, I mean,
I'd rather do some reading on it. And then, oh my God, did you hear?
But you can speculate and then go get it right and figure it out. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you get it wrong, you go and learn. Why not talk about it? I don't get it. Isn't this how you learn? You discuss things and get it out there and just going to talk about it? Isn't that the idea of learning? I mean, we are a talk show, right?
I know, but the learning usually comes from someone with knowledge about it.
And then you talk about it.
Then we talk about it.
This is what you do. You start the conversation, and people with the knowledge you experience just text the show, and then we read it and have some conversation about it. Isn't that the idea of the program? I guess not. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. She knows what time was it? You got to perform a girl. Most men are bad at it.
What?
Don't act shocked.
Well, this one guy, the way he wrote it was not right. Somebody calls it an Australian kiss. Never heard that one either.
I haven't either.
All right.
Well, because Australia is down under.
Clever
See,
people.
By discussing it, we've learned. Isn't that great? We didn't know that before. 5 seconds ago, Deb had no idea. We had no idea. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
This weekend, Real Radio 104.1 smells like the 90s. classic alternative this weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Happy Tuesday, Central Florida. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your forecast. And for today, we're going to be expecting a warm and partly to mostly sunny afternoon across Central Florida. Afternoon highs will climb into the mid-80s, a high of 86 degrees today in Orlando. We can't rule out the slim chance of a stray shower or two, but most of these will exist near the coast, and it's only a 20% chance. Otherwise, temperatures take a bit of a tumble with highs in the low 80s for tomorrow. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida. Ask for it by name.
Florida's farmers work hard to grow nutritious food for you and your family, and you can help support them by enjoying delicious Fresh from Florida produce. Look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo where you shop, or visit freshfromflorida.com to learn more.
Guys, not a big secret that the real estate market is changing and booming now more than ever. And with your home being your most valuable asset, you need a real estate company that's always one step ahead of the market, whether you're buying or selling. Guys, that is the Nickley Group. These guys have an unbelievable reputation in town. 4,000 five-star reviews, and you can search and search and search, but you're not going to find one bad word about these guys. They kill it. And one of the reasons why is because these guys sell, on average, they sell their homes for 6% more than their competition. And even better, they sell those homes twice as fast as well. And clients on average save about $24,000 when they purchase a home using the Nickley Group. And with interest rates lower than they've been in a while, your buying power is now tens of thousands of dollars better than it was just a year ago. September did set the record for the highest average sales price in all of Central Florida. So what I'm saying is your house is still worth great money here in Central Florida. And their website can prove that to you, because on their website, you can actually get a guaranteed cash offer for your home. And remember, that's no showings, no open houses. You can close that deal in just 14 days. Even better, you can get your home valued instantly using current market data. If you ever wondered what it's worth, well, go to thenickley.com and you can find out. And while you're there, you can even list your house on the market. All that's right there. While you're kind of tooling around, download their free buyer's guide. It is packed up with useful information about the home buying and selling process. That way, you're not a sucker. Get informed. That's how you win. It's thenickley.com. That's NICKLEY group.com.
Bring your forecast into focus with West 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Class.
My focus is on your day, every day.
West 2 News Sunrise on CW18. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Let's watch TV.
What do you want to watch?
Big Bang.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Kick your night off with a bang.
Every night at 7 o'clock.
Bang, bang. Let the good times roll.
Sounds like a party.
Did someone say party? Party's my middle name.
You know you want to watch.
I'm so excited. And I just can't hide it.
The Big Bang Theory, tonight at 7, only on CW18.
I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
What are you talking about?
Covering Central Florida, so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imparato, Jesse Pagan, and First Warning Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi. West 2 News at 10 on CW18. Local, live, late breaking.
My mom says everyone goes through hard times. Right now, that's my family. But people like you make me smile, because this holiday, we can have a big meal together as a family. For every $10 donated to Second Harvest Food Bank, you can provide 40 meals and hope when we need it most. Help today at feedhopenow.org.
Mr. World here, just watching a scary movie with my eyes covered. Which reminds me, my eyes are also covered by my vision insurance, and I need to hurry to Eyeglass World and use my benefits by the end of the year. You know, before they expire. Like that poor guy.
Use your vision insurance today to buy one pair of glasses and get 40% off the second pair at Eyeglass World. Visit eyeglassworld.com to schedule your exam online and for offer details.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X card. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to bring you closer to the athletes you love, literally, with premium travel benefits from the Capital One Venture X card. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when booking on Capital One Travel and access to airport lounges worldwide. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Excuse me? What happened to my grocery store?
This is your grocery store.
No, this is
A farmer's market?
Yes.
Well, sure. Any grocery store is like a farmer's market when you shop fresh from Florida. Fresh from Florida produce is locally grown by Florida farmers and always sold in season at the peak of freshness.
Well, that's a fresh new way to shop.
Fresh from Florida brings the farmer's market to wherever you buy groceries. Look for our logo or ask for Fresh from Florida.
Bring your forecast into focus with West 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Klass.
My focus is on your day, every day.
West 2 News Sunrise on CW18. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Oh, here we go.
The next generation of WWE superstars
Welcome to NXT.
is here.
NXT on the CW.
The CW is the official home of NXT Wrestling. And tonight, the new era of NXT continues.
Get hype, baby. Pump. We are all
NXT, all new tonight on the CW.
It all begins tonight at 8, only on CW18.
Covering Central Florida so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imparato, Jesse Pagan, Darren Stoltzfus, and Chief Meteorologist Tony Manolfi. West 2 News on CW18. Every night at 10.
It's International Diamond Center's biggest and last store-wide sale of the year. Save up to 20% on virtually everything, or get 3 years interest-free financing. Incredible savings November 15th, 16th, and 17th. Only at International Diamond Center.
Just Call Mo says drive responsibly this holiday season. But if you're injured, just call Mo.com.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
I've never wanted anything to end quicker than hearing Jimmy talk about that. My God. I'll never do that again. Just because now your face is going to pop into my head. Good job.
Best thing you ever did.
What up, guys? Sport from Duval. Jimmy, I did not know I could love you more. And then you dropped the beautiful bomb of, we can speculate all we want, and then we'll get it right later.
That's right.
That is remarkable, man. Jimmy, that's something you do with food, dude.
No.
You don't do that with people's religion.
Sure you do.
Oh, God.
Nothing wrong with it.
I love you, Jim Colbert.
Nothing wrong with it. Speculate all day. 407-916-1041. The entire money market's based on that. Just for the record.
In the YouTube chat, Alicia had a great comment. She's like, well, I'm saving this for a topic at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I've got another one coming up, too. It's just as good. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
4 o'clock keyword is bank, B-A-N-K. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Bank is your 4 o'clock keyword. Hope you win. We need another winner, at least a couple of them this is the last week.
Yes, that's it.
Do we know when another one tees up after this? Do we have any idea? I know that usually...
the keyword contest, it'll be in the beginning of the year. Probably January.
Very nice.
Yeah.
All right, we do have a question of the day up. We do this every day, and the question of the day is, how do you have it worded, Jack?
It is, let's get it correct here, have you started decorating for Christmas? That's the question.
Yeah, that's it. Right?
That's it. It's in our YouTube chat, but it's also on the Real Radio Instagram story. So in either place, you can vote. What's interesting about the YouTube chat, you have people who are definitely listening to the show, and when you throw it out on Instagram, it could be any rando.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. That's very good. So get over there. Question of the day. We'll do that at the end of the show. Kind of figure out what you guys feel about that. I think people are probably rushing into their Christmas/holiday decorations this year. I think it's just been one of those years where people are ready to experience some magic.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's so stressed out and tired of the negativity, and they just want something that reminds them of when times, even if they weren't simpler, they sure seem a lot simpler than right now.
I got to tell you, this season has me longing for my favorite shows for Christmas.
Oh, you talking about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
I'm talking about all those shows, but I'm telling you this year, this has been a very stressful year. It really has. 2024 has been a very trying year for a number of things that, some of them outward, some of them not so outward. It's just been a tough year. It's just been a really, really interesting year. So with that said, going into the Christmas holiday season, I've never wanted to check out more and really dive into the season. By the way, there's a story about slow shopping that we were going to get to today. Let me pay this off real quick. By the way, they sold that piece of cake. It was 76 years old. What do you think it got?
So this way, the cake, it was the Queen's?
Yeah, a piece of the Queen's wedding cake, or that side cake, or whatever they have, because there's like the wedding cake, there's like a side cake.
And so this was the former Queen Elizabeth with Prince Philip?
Yes, and it was one of their housekeepers got a piece of the cake, and she took the cake and put it into a box and put it into a freezer and kept it this entire time, and it just went up for auction.
I remember we were talking about it going up for auction
a while back,
a year ago, right?
Yeah.
Or so. And we were kind of speculating on what it would get. Is it in dollars or pounds?
It's in dollars.
Okay, just checking.
That's a fair question,
right?
That's a fair question. Now, don't go crazy. It is a slice of 70-year-old cake. I do think it's an incredibly interesting conversation starter, but you'd have to bring that out. Hey, you guys sit here. I'm going to go get something.
Right? Deb, you're on one with your football picks. You're on fire this week. Do you want to go, or do you want me to go first?
I will say $1.5 million.
Oh, my gosh.
I said don't go crazy.
I know.
I'm going to go with...
It was packaged in a box bearing the then Princess Elizabeth's silver insignia, including a printed letter from the bride and a decorative dolly. So it's just more than a slice of cake. There's some other memorabilia there that could have some value later.
I will not shaw you, and I will go with the original number in my head and say $30,000.
Yeah, $2,800 is all it got.
Points, Jack.
And I got to tell
you,
I find that kind of shocking, considering that it does have that letter from the Queen,
right?
And it does
and
have
a doily,
and the insignia,
and
a doily, right? Exactly right. I would have thought it would have gone for like what Jack was saying, like $30K seems completely reasonable,
right?
Because you don't even really need the cake. The cake is inconsequential, but the box I think has a little bit more value than that. But going back to the Christmas thing, there's a thing called slow shopping that people are doing this year, and instead of running out and buying all their gifts at the last minute, people are stretching the experience out and doing things way before in advance. In other words, I know there are a number of people. My wife is one of these people who shops the entire year. She doesn't run out. Usually, when I'm out there struggling to get all my shopping done, she's already home, cooking cookies or whatever. She doesn't have any, and I'm the one waiting to the last moment. But people are not doing that this year. They're saying all the shopping trends are showing that people are hitting the stores way earlier and taking deals when they can get them. More so than ever.
I think as well, the slow shopping shows that it's the level of stress people just don't want. They don't want to spend Black Friday with a belly full of Thanksgiving at midnight at Walmart fighting half of Central Florida to get that last, air fryer that's on sale.
But slow shopping, it's a nice idea, and I think it only works earlier because as you get closer, then the shopping in person experience itself seems to get a little more stressful as it gets a little more congested and crowded. So I don't see that as a major stress reliever. I just see a lot more people moving to online shopping.
So what they're saying here is a study of 2,000 Americans who celebrate any of the winter holidays, Christmas to Kwanzaa to Hanukkah. They found about 73% of those people, which is a gigantic number, are taking slow shopping approach this year. And basically what they're saying is they're starting early and they're spending their money way more deliberately. In other words, instead of going out there and having something catch your eye on a counter and going, who would love that? What they're doing is they're creating that list and they're sticking to it and they're shopping for the best deal on that list, which of course takes way more time, and you have to take advantage of those deals when they come about, and that's why they're calling it slow shopping.
My challenge with shopping and finding that right gift is because I typically don't go shopping by myself, but like, for example, I was with daughter and my wife and daughter, and we were at the Lake Eola Fair, last week or 2 weeks ago, and there were a number of little places where I saw my wife and daughter have interest in it, and I'm like, okay, I got to remember that. I got to remember that because I want it to be a surprise. I don't want to buy it with them, so I have to kind of, collect business cards and stuff and try and get it back later. But sometimes it's not easy. That's why I do everything on eBay.
They also said in 2023, what do you think people spent per person, or per person they spent on Christmas? Like, in other words, how much did I spend on Christmas for everybody? How much do you think that is? Again, don't go crazy here. I mean, I think it's a pretty good number.
$1,200.
1,000.
$870.
Yeah,
$870.
I was thinking 600, but I thought, no, that's too cheap.
And I just found something out about this too. That's not the most expensive spending season. People think that Christmas is the most expensive spending season. It's not.
Valentine's Day?
It's not Valentine's Day either. Matter of fact, they're saying the only thing that really is on par to it is, well, the thing that's on par with Christmas shopping is back to school shopping.
Oh,
you spend about the same money, but back to college season is the most expensive, with the average of about $1,350 per person.
It's the damn laptop that your kid says they need.
That's right.
So about half these people have said that we are going to embrace the idea of slow shopping, and just kind of like what Jack said, in other words, taking the hustle and bustle out of it and kind of enjoying those moments. I actually like shopping by myself. I don't like anybody going with me because I don't want to adhere to anybody else's schedule. When I go out, I have an idea of where I want to go. I usually make a plan. I'll make a big circle or whatever, and then just there I am back home. That's what I like to do. Go get lunch, get some coffee, just kind of enjoy some time alone while I'm thinking about the people I love and shopping for them.
Well, plus it, just like Jack explained, I mean, it might be fun to go shopping with your loved ones, but then that's a double trip.
Yeah, it sure is.
Because you can't buy it while they're standing there, so then you have to go back.
So how many people do you believe are going to find all their deals leading up to the holidays, as opposed to how many people are going to take multiple trips? That's a tough one to do. Let's do it this way. About 29% are going to take 4 or 5 trips to finish up their Christmas shopping, but only about 51% says they're going to use trends and find deals online and do it all at once. Only 9% plan to binge shop. In other words, go out at the last moment, the week of, when you get off for your Christmas season or whatever, that they'll go out and just bang it all out in one day. That's what I used to do every year. And I don't do that anymore because, of course, now by that time, some of the stuff you could want could be gone, because with the internet, you find out what's hot immediately, especially the toys. And if you don't get on that early, you're donezo.
Also, slow shopping allows you to get a better gift for that person, as opposed to settling because you only need one more gift and you want to be done.
Yeah, 100%. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Take a little break. Got another keyword for you at the top of the hour. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic is heavy this afternoon on I-4 for those traveling east and westbound on the interstate by the major attractions exits and through downtown. Looking at delays due to an earlier crash that was eastbound on Colonial Drive at Bonneville Drive. If you happen to see any other traffic problems in the Orlando area this afternoon, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote with thatmortgageguy.com.
The biggest and final store-wide sale of the year is this weekend at International Diamond Center. Get extra savings store-wide. We're talking up to 20% off virtually everything. Or get 36 months, 0 interest financing. It's like double the selection with designers showcasing their entire collections. It's a 3-day multi-million-dollar event. Lowest prices before the holidays. Plus, an entire collection of GIA-certified diamonds has been marked down. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only. Only at IDC. 3 Orlando locations. Shop IDC.com on approved credit. it.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. If you struggle with your vision right now, you know, Christmas is coming up. You want to see all those beautiful lights and crystal clear 20/20 vision. Yeah, the Filatowski Eye Institute can do that for you. If you struggle with your eyesight, you have glasses or contacts, and you're just sick and tired of dealing with them, those expensive glasses you lose or taking contacts out, putting them back in just absolutely sucks. Well, let me tell you, you have an option. The Filatowski Eye Institute right now is offering free LASIK consultations. Find out what they can do for you. They can change your life overnight if you'd like. Text 1041 to 868686. That way you can start your journey to better vision with the Filatowski Eye Institute. 65,000 LASIK procedures under their belt. They're one of the most skilled surgeons out there, and they have the latest state-of-the-art tech, which gets you the best results every single time. And if finances is a concern, please don't stress out. They have 24-month interest-free financing waiting for you right now. Simply text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Hey, this is Kyle Brantz. You're busy. I'm busy. But every single Monday, we take 10 minutes to dish out 10 takes. NFL, life, whatever, but never more than 10 minutes. It's 10 takes with Kyle Brantz. Driving home from work? You got time for 10 takes. Taking a smoke break? You still smoke? You got time for 10 takes.
Listen to 10 Takes with Kyle Brantz on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 10 Takes with Kyle Brantz and start listening.
Compare your quote. It is so easy with that mortgage guy, Don. Already have a mortgage quote and you're wondering if it's any good? A recent study showed that less than 20% of people compare that first mortgage quote that they get. But don't be a slacker. Get peace of mind. That mortgage guy, Don, can help. And it's so easy to compare your quote with that mortgage guy, Don. Just go to the website, hit the button that says compare, and upload your quote. That mortgage guy, Don, will let you know if it's any good. And you can get a quote with no hard credit inquiry. It's peace of mind at your fingertips. So don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote with thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Jay, why is auto insurance so expensive? I need to get insured, but I need a better solution.
Vic, you should call Acceptance. Acceptance had better rates, better options, and better customer service than my previous company. Acceptance was just better. They did all the work comparing different plans and found me the best payment options that fit my budget.
Really? Do you have their number?
800-606-7049. 800-606-7049.
Why pay more? Acceptance Insurance has offices in your neighborhood, and one call to Acceptance could save you up to 30% on your car insurance. 800-606-7049. Let Acceptance work better for you. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049. Acceptance Insurance. We shop, you save. Restrictions apply based on a Q1 2024 study of Acceptance Insurance customers who reported saving when they switched. License number L012994.
Proud to be a donation site for Toys for Tots.
So you want to be my client? You think you deserve fair compensation for your injuries? Well, you got to call me. Can't just keep listening forever. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
GMC Sierra trucks in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, BILLS, B-I-L-L-S, BILLS. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Back in the 80s, there was a show called LA Law, and they had an episode where one of their clients was being sued by a bunch of women, and the guy himself wasn't very good looking, but he was able to attract all these beautiful women, and they asked him why, and he said it's because of this move I do called the Venus butterfly, and he told a lawyer about it, and he went home and used it on his wife. Anyway, yes, it was about that. Pretty weird for, I guess, cutting edge for the 80s back then.
80s? LA Law was in the 80s?
Yeah.
God almighty, was it really? Oh, my God almighty.
That was network television,
Oh,
though.
man,
so
yeah.
That
Well,
was
that's-
edgy.
Yeah, that's when Hill Street Blues was like showing asses and saying curse words. Dennis Franz.
Yep.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Bills, B-I-L-L-S, that is your 5 o'clock keyword. Get over to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. Bills. We want to give you 1,000 of those. Bills. Not ones that you have to pay.
It was
singles.
It was, oh, wait a second. When Dennis Franz, it was NYPD Blue when he was on that, when they would do the shots of nudity in the butt, and his butt was on that.
Yeah.
But Dennis Franz was also on Hill Street Blues in a different role. But both great shows.
Yeah, I remember
in the 90s.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And it was
Late
such
80s.
It was such a big deal. By the way, welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. It was way different because I remember when it was like a big news story that they were going to curse on network television. But it was after like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or something. So it was during that what they call safe harbor time for broadcast television. And I think the word that they said, do you remember what it was?
I do not.
Yeah, son of a bee.
Oh.
Yeah, they said that and that was the big thing. Like, and that made headlines everywhere because they said that on network TV. People lost their minds. The end of civilization because the TV character said "son of a bee" on TV at like 10:15 at night. I think we've progressed since then.
I made national news calling my coworker an a-hole.
Did you really?
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
Because it was all a bit. Instead of Puxatawny Phil, the 417 had just been built. So we were going to run a possum. And if it made it across the street, then spring was going to come early. But if it got hit by a car, we're going to have 6 more weeks of
God
winter.
almighty, who would do that?
You know him.
Wow, that guy
You
did that?
know him. Oh, yeah.
That is the least shocking thing I've heard today with that dude.
And
what
so
an awful piece of ass.
I was allowed to get so angry at him that I could call him an a-hole on the air.
Right, yeah.
And back in the 90s, you didn't do that at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Right, on that kind of show, by
On
the
that
way.
kind of show. So
There wasn't a real possum.
there was
it
no.
was a bit.
It was a bit, but people fell for
So
it.
stop clutching your pearls there,
Yeah,
Missy.
no, he's brilliant then.
At one point, though, the program director had to run and meet us in the parking lot and say, "Go, get out of here! You're getting death
Oh
threats."
my God, that's all Slaughter the Pig thing back in the day too.
Yeah.
God
Right.
almighty people, unbelievable. All right, 407-916-1041. So I want to ask you guys a question. Deb, I will ask you because between Jack and I, like Jack, do you wear anything on your wrists?
I have a wristwatch.
You wear your
on
watch
right
and
now.
that's it, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever worn any other adornment on your wrist?
No.
Any bracelets or anything like that?
Maybe the Live Strong thing. We had one.
You wore that for a little bit?
Well, we had one Raquel here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I had that for a little bit, and yeah, that's about it. And you know what? My daughter made me a bracelet once, and I wore that for a little bit. But outside of that, no.
But no jewelry. Like some
No.
guys like will wear that. They have a
I got a
jewelry
watch
bracelet
and a wedding
or
ring. That's it.
And now that's like a thing with guys, right? Like wearing bracelets. When you look at men and you see them having bracelets on, do you think anything other than like that's stylish, or is?
I think it would depend. It would depend on the style of bracelet. And if he's going to do a Harry Styles and have a string of pearls and his nails polished, we're probably not going to get along.
Well, he's so
we might hang out and be buds.
He's so young, though, man. He can get away with that stuff. But I mean, look, you saw.
But I'm just saying, for that generation, you know, for women to be like, "Oh my God, he's like so hot."
Yeah. He's so.
We're just in a different that's.
He's kind of femme, though, right? Harry Styles, a little bit of femme.
To me, total.
Yeah. Me too. I think he's a little femme, but I mean, he's a very talented guy.
Hugely talented.
Yeah, and a very popular guy.
I know.
Yeah, he'll wear dresses and flowing clothes and things where, you know, you'd be like, oh, well, what?
Yeah, like
I have to say, as a female, it's really, really weird picking up a Glamour magazine or a Cosmo in this day and age. It is.
And seeing a dude in a dress?
And not seeing dudes in a dress, no, but seeing men being used in makeup commercials.
Oh,
because
really?
that's always been the arena of women.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's just different now to see products that are marketed to both men and women and seeing them being included in the advertisements. So I
remember us talking about the makeup for dudes, back in the day, like when the show first started, I think a few years ago, we talked about that. And I haven't seen that really progress, though. I remember when that came up, like they actually tried to market a series of makeup products to guys when the metrosexual thing was really popular and guys were getting their lashes done and all this stuff. But I never really saw that take off. I don't really know a lot of people, even people who are way younger than me in their 30s and stuff, who would be like a candidate for that kind of material or that kind of product, and they do not engage.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if there was an age limit to when you can wear stuff on your wrists. Like when you wear like adornments like gold bracelets, or I know a lot of the, like up in Jersey and New York in that area up there, there's a lot of nugget bracelets for a while. Dudes would wear those.
Come on, Jack, you've had a nugget.
You didn't have a nugget bracelet, Jackson?
I personally did not.
Oh, Christmas is coming.
Oh, thank you.
But culturally, it seems like we keep going back to these culture. These
I didn't start it.
stereotypes.
This is great, though. I listen. I love this stuff.
Working and being around a lot of Italians in northern New Jersey,
Yeah.
I would say it was common for gold bracelets or necklaces and chains.
Well, the reason I'm asking is like
the Italian horn.
The Monsters have like a poster right out here outside the studio, right? And it's one of their posters. It's almost
Promo
like
shots?
like a promo shot thing, but it's like a movie poster. And I was just looking at it a second ago, and like I think Russ, I've known Russ has worn this stuff for a long time. He had this leather strap bracelet and some other stuff. But like Angel has it, Ryan Holmes has it, Carlos had it on there. And I didn't realize if I'm missing out, like not wearing, if I should be wearing like bracelets or something. Like I just started wearing a watch like a year ago, and I can't leave my house without it. I love wearing my watch. And I'm usually not a jewelry guy. I don't have necklaces. I've never worn necklaces, only my wedding ring, and that's it. Never did the earring thing, never had that. Never felt to do the earring. Did you ever get an earring, Jack?
I fought that one in high school.
for
and
you,
did
buddy.
not.
No, come on, get one.
I thought about it in
Come
high school, and then I'm like, nah.
We should get one, Jack. I tell you what, I'll get little earrings made, JCS earrings, and we can get an earring together.
Well, what about, I want one too.
Yeah, I didn't say you're gonna have one. You're gonna have one.
You want to be branded?
How about a nose ring or a belly button ring?
You think I haven't?
By Jim though.
It's got an arrow.
Good point.
But man, I don't know. I think maybe I should get me a bracelet. I gotta young up, dude. I'm like I gotta young up.
I gotta young up.
I got skinny jeans.
No,
I got skinny jeans. I'm thinking about growing a skullet. That's hot now. Get a skullet going.
Yeah, let's pump the brakes.
I have to shave myself completely bald, and then get some bracelets or something. Like a nugget bracelet or something? Maybe some...
You are a nugget.
But I just feel like I'm missing out, man. Everybody else can get all this cool stuff that makes a personal statement. I'm boring AF.
What kind of bracelet would you like?
I don't know. What do you think it look good on me?
One of those slap bracelets.
Oh,
Let's
stop.
get you a slap bracelet.
He would, the first baby hair that's pulled out of his arm, that bracelet is going to get ripped off and tossed across the room.
I thought this watch bracelet, because this is kind of like, it's just a metal bracelet, normal bracelet.
It's a watch band.
Yeah, but I thought for sure that this thing would pull hair, and I would wind up throwing this thing into the river after owning it for 5 minutes. Not one hair. But I did have a rubber strap on this other Seiko that I had, the one that Jack has. My strap, I had it replaced with rubber. I couldn't stand that thing. Like it was pulling my hair left and right. But I got to get me some kind of bracelets.
I just got my watch back. I got this as a gift 20 years ago.
I don't wear jewelry. I have rings on each hand. I don't wear earrings. I don't wear necklaces. I don't wear bracelets.
It's pretty low maintenance.
Yeah, very.
Why is that?
A lot of that changed after after the pandemic, because it was just having earrings getting caught up in your mask. It was like wearing lipstick.
Right.
But really with what we do for a living, earrings can sometimes be really uncomfortable, because as soon as you put your headphones on, you cause that post at the back of the earring to poke into the back of your ears.
Ugh.
So and then bracelets, that's just an excuse to make extraneous sound on the air, which, trust me, over the years I've discovered producers don't really like that.
Yeah, we've had guests with clangety bracelets, and you're like, and because some people are more demonstrative with their hands as they speak. So you'll have a guest, and sometimes they'll like
shaking a tambourine.
Or banging the consonants, like, and
So-
you're on about, please stop.
Exactly.
Can you Could you just not do that?
But as a woman, when you look at a man, like if you look, like what kind of bracelet do you think I could get away with wearing that would look okay? Like it would be, I could wear it, I could go out, nobody would look at me and go, that guy's trying to do is too much, or could or do you think it's just fine?
I don't know. I'm thinking the combo of the bracelet with a nice polyester shirt that you unbutton to about the mid chest.
I think,
and puff up his chest hair.
I'm thinking necklace more than bracelet. You got to have something nesting in that white bird's nest you've got going.
I was gonna say I can't even show this because I mean a family of squirrels were moving. if I show this thing. I mean,
Maybe even cuter chipmunks.
It's like my chest is like Santa's genitals. I mean, did I say that?
My chest is like, yeah.
I just want to know, is it a candy cane?
I mean, look how white. It's so white.
Yeah, but I want to know how in the hell have you gotten your Christmas gifts over the years?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, apparently you do if you know what Santa's genitals look like.
I mean, you just imagine.
Turn your ears.
You just imagine his beard's white.
No, man.
How do you know
no,
he doesn't
you don't
manscape?
imagine. Exactly.
You do imagine. That's all I do is imagine. I need a bracelet or a nugget ring or something. I don't wear any rings other than that either. Everybody's got rings, like pinky rings. Like, Ross has that pinky ring and stuff now.
I think you need to go with an earring. Instead of a necklace or a bracelet,
I don't think
you're a rocker guy.
But if I get a bald head with an earring,
you'd look like Mr. Clean.
Exactly.
Let's bet tomorrow when we talk to Ross at 6 o'clock, do you think he's still sporting that pinky ring?
Oh, yeah. He had it on last week.
Did he really?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't notice. You notice stuff like that.
I do.
You're such a girl.
Thank you, Jack.
No necklaces for you either, Jack?
No, I've had chains before. I had a crucifix. I still have the crucifix. It's at home somewhere.
Yeah.
I had...
Probably hanging on another crucifix.
Yeah.
That one's upside down.
Yeah. Along with the rosary beads.
Right, exactly right.
Oh, you've got that too.
Oh, that's my Catholic Italian kit.
I did have a nice a gold chain that a former girlfriend found by the pool at the apartment complex we were at. I wore that for a couple of years, but then sold that when the price of gold went up.
Yeah, good for you, buddy.
I love that. He gets a gold necklace that his girlfriend found by the side of the pool in the apartment complex, wore that for a couple of years until he sold it because the price of gold went up. That is the most Jersey mafioso thing you have said in 6 years of the Jim Colbert Show.
That's the most Bradshaw thing.
Thank you very much.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 5 o'clock keyword is bills, BILLS. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance to win $1,000. Back in a sec with It's Only Money and our buddy Scott Brown from Edgewater Family Wealth.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic is heavy this afternoon on I-4 for those traveling east and westbound on the interstate by the major attractions exits and through downtown. Looking at delays due to an earlier crash that was eastbound on Colonial Drive at Bonneville Drive. If you happen to see any other traffic problems in the Orlando area this afternoon, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
Florida needs a power company that's storm ready. That's why FPL works year-round to keep the power on and restore it safely and as quickly as possible when needed. FPL, working for you every single day. Get ready at fpl.com/storm.
Hey, everybody. Jim Colbert here from my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. November is the month of gratitude, to be thankful for things. And, of course, I am very thankful that I found these guys at Life Imaging FLA because they really did give me that peace of mind that I want at this age of my life. 57 years old, and you want to make sure that you don't have some of those creepy crawlies inside your body. They're going to sneak up and grab you in a few years. And with their heart scan really allowed me to look inside and see those issues. Turns out my heart was fine, but I did have other issues in my body, some kidney stuff and some colon stuff. The cool thing is I took that information to my doctor, and I'll never forget my doctor's face when he put the disc in and he could see the information. He was like marveling at how clear it was and how easy it was to diagnose and create that plan to move forward. This thing saves lives, there's no question, and early detection does save lives, and being proactive instead of reactive can save your life as well. Remember, no dyes, you don't take off your clothes. This entire process only takes a few minutes, so don't wait. Do what I did, my wife, my in-laws, and so many Central Floridians. Call Life Imaging FLA right now. Get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And like I said, while you're there, be sure to inquire about their cancer screening as well, guys. Simply amazing technology that can really extend your life. Just pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250. Say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250. Say the keyword free heart scan. They'll connect you in seconds. Then you can make that appointment to really get an idea of where you are with your health. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeart Media.
Santo Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Santo Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Mr. World here, about to take the plunge on the world's fastest roller coaster. I hope it's as fast as the in-store labs at Eyeglass World. When you drop in there, they make your glasses the same day. You should give it a whirl. Just remember to keep your hands and feet inside the Eyeglass World at all times.
Get 2 pairs of glasses for $89. Fast at Eyeglass World, the world's best way to buy glasses. Visit eyeglassworld.com to schedule your exam online and for offer details.
Floridians, do you know how close you are to freshness? It's not a plane or a ship ride away. It's not across an ocean or over the equator. It's not even a far drive. The peak of freshness is at your grocery store, and it's called Fresh from Florida. Fresh from Florida is local produce grown by farmers right here in our own state, meaning it's always fresh, always in season, and always mouth-wateringly good. Look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo or ask for it by name where you shop.
Listen, if you're thinking about getting a Lenovo gaming computer this holiday season, you have to check out Lenovo.com first. Why? Because that's where you'll find the biggest savings on great gear, like the Legion Pro 5 gaming laptop and Legion Tower 7 Gen 8 gaming desktop. The best price on a Lenovo is at Lenovo.com, with PCs up to 53% off. So go directly to the source and save big. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Total Wireless totally has your back this holiday season. We give you up to 4 free 5G phones when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. That's 4 gifts, 1 store. Plus, enjoy unlimited data that never slows you down. All for $30 a month or less when you get 4 lines. That's a holiday plan we can all get behind. Visit your local Total Wireless store to switch today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
It's International Diamond Center's biggest and last store-wide sale of the year. Save up to 20% on virtually everything, or get 3 years interest-free financing. Incredible savings November 15th, 16th, and 17th. Only at International Diamond Center.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The free iHeart app goes everywhere you do, because it's always on your phone and ready for whatever you're in the mood for. Even better, when you plug your phone into Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, the app becomes part of the dash with a seamless way to listen to your favorite radio stations, the latest must-hear podcast, or a custom playlist to get you focused. And with the holidays on the horizon, the app makes the perfect shopping companion while you search for the ultimate parking spot.
There it is!
Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the iHeart app today.
iHeartRadio.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch. At The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Good afternoon, The Jim Colbert Show, Prince of the Island. Did I hear it right?
Yes.
Jim is gonna shave his hair?
No,
what hair are you shaving? There's nothing there. Why don't you put a pedal pusher and cut your t-shirt in half and put it up?
Lower your voice.
That would look nice on you. And then a belly button with JCS on it and nose ring. And then a tongue ring too. Will work real fine.
Hey, here you go.
When you're a fat, hot, sweaty little Jewish kid, you're not wearing jewelry, you're not wearing necklaces, period. But Jimmy, He looks so hot in one of those hoop earrings, looking like Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Be the white pirate. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Don't forget, your 5 o'clock keyword is Bills, BILLS. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Would love to get a winner at this last juncture of the thing.
Yeah, 7-week contest.
That's right.
Yeah.
Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
Let's do It's Only Money.
Helping people passionate about planning for their future rise above investment myths to build real wealth.
Isn't that really just common sense financial advice?
It's both.
Oh, okay.
It's Only Money with Scott Brown from Edgewater Family Wealth.
Good and loud for everybody. Scott Brown. Edgewater Family Wealth. And I can see that you are adorned with some wrist wear as well. We were just talking about, wearing things on your wrist as a man. Like, I think it's a thing now where dudes are wearing like bracelets or some kind of bangle or something that reminds them of something, or maybe their kids gave them. What are you wearing? What is that?
So these are ocean. I think it's called 4Ocean. So they take the plastic out of the ocean and make bracelets out of it. So if you buy bracelets, which I've been buying these for like a decade, it goes to a donation to help clean up the seas.
Very neat. I have a pair of glasses that did that. Not Oakley, but O'Neill.
Yeah.
Remember the surf company?
For
O'Neill?
sure. Yeah.
O'Neill started doing that, and they had a series of glasses where the frames were recycled plastic and the glass was ocean glass.
Yeah.
And they are badass, by the way. And that's a very cool concept.
Yeah, it is. It's and I got a little hippie in me, as everybody knows.
Sure, yeah.
So that's something I started doing, like I said, decades ago, and just kind of stuck. And whenever one of them breaks, one of my kids gets me into it.
Oh, that's cool.
That's so cool.
Did you ever surf or anything when you were a kid?
No, I grew up on the West Coast, so there's not much surfing in St. Petersburg.
There's not.
The break is 2 feet, so
that's a good day.
If you're lucky, get your head stuck in the sand. That's about it.
All right, Scott Brown runs Edgewater Family Wealth, 38 years here in town as a fiduciary and portfolio manager. Been doing it quite a while. Family business, started from the ground up, made it good, and then. It's a good story. You and I got to catch up last Tuesday during dinner and get to know each other a little bit more. You and I have a lot of parallels in our childhoods, do we not?
We do. We both come from less than financially secure situations. And, not that I was starving. I certainly don't want to give anybody that impression. But certainly money was not plentiful. It taught me a lot about money, taught me a lot about hard work. And like a lot of young people, I started bagging groceries at 14 at Publix, put myself through college that way. And even when I started in this business, I unloaded trucks at Publix. So I would go to work at midnight, unload trucks till about 6 a.m., come home, take a 2-hour nap, put my tie on, and start my investment business.
I think that's a really unique thing to say, because here's the thing. I think a lot of people who believe that people who are in the financial sector either grew up with that money, they had a mom or a dad that were really kind of astute to that kind of knowledge and kind of taught them, kind of took them under their wing. You didn't have any of that.
Nope.
I mean, matter of fact, matter of fact, as I remember right, you really didn't even get into this game until kind of later in your life. This wasn't even really a decision you had made cognitively, right, until later in your life.
Yeah, so I didn't initially go to college for it. I have a degree in international affairs, which is fairly useless in this world. But it did give me kind of a broad understanding of the world, history and economics and things of that nature. But no, I started in the business at 23. So I did start early, but I didn't really understand what the business was. I promise you, till I was probably in my 30s. You start these jobs. Like most people, when you're young, you don't even know what the job is. You're like, will you pay me? Yes. Okay, good. Right. So I did that. And over time, I realized it's not just about stocks and bonds. It's not just about the sexy sell. It's not just about charts and graphs and arts and crafts, as we used to say. It's about developing process, having disciplines and responsibility, and providing value to the clients as they go through their financial journey.
Yeah, and again, as we were talking last week, just for people who don't know, Scott, after the show last week, went out and had some dinner, and we were there a couple hours talking. And another thing that was very enlightening is a lot of your clients are in the same boat that you and I are in. We just worked our balls off when we were young,
100%,
and just started kind of saving money, and that's where it was. And the reason I think that's important is because I do believe a lot of people that when they hear the segment, they automatically assume that we've been set up for life, or somebody's been set set up for life. And that's not the case. I mean, really, everybody out there listening to us right now probably started in a better position than I did, for sure. I came down here with nothing. I had no idea what I was doing. Yep. I had a pickup truck, and I had to borrow $15 from my dad for the gas to make it to Orlando from Palatka. That's a true story. That's what I had to my name when I moved here. Slept on a couch when I moved here. So it's one of those things where I think that the misconception of what we're trying to do with this segment kind of gets in there sometimes. What we're trying to do is take people who started just like us and give them hope that there is a financial kind of light out there for them, and people who don't believe that for themselves. And a lot of that comes from your childhood, Scott. You get told at a young age, well, you're not supposed to be wealthy. You're not supposed to do those things because you come from this kind of childhood. Sure. So you only deserve this.
Right.
And that's a mentality that has to be broken.
Well, you get kind of this imposter syndrome, right? You know, and I've talked about this before, crabs in the bucket, right? So you grow up in a certain surroundings. You've been told certain things. Either, you know, the worst thing you can, the second worst thing you can tell a kid is that they're stupid. The worst thing you can tell them is that they're smart, right? So you got to kind of thread that needle a little bit, right?
1,000%
we all know
right.
That kid that's been told he's smart his whole life, right?
Yes.
How obnoxious is that kid? But again, you come from these circumstances, and often it's funny because people like us who have come from, again, we weren't starving, but we certainly didn't have a lot of excess capital.
I call it humble upbringing.
Yeah, there you go. So we came from that situation. We decided to change that. We were like, I don't know how this is going to happen. All I know is I'm going to work my behind off till I figure it out, right? And so that's kind of how I approached it. That's how I know you approach it. I know that's how everybody in this room pretty much approached it, right? Is we're going to work hard till we get this thing. We're going to run into that wall until we go through it.
Right, exactly.
Right? But a lot of people have been convinced that they're dumb or they're not good at this or whatever. And one of the things that, honestly, it just pisses me off to no end when people feel that way. It just aggravates. I'm 60 now, so I get to be grumpy, by the way.
That's fine. You can do
kids
that.
Get off my lawn. So it upsets me when people have these preconceived ideas about themselves, about the system, about how money is garnered. And you know, I had a guy come to me about 5 years ago, and it's a gentleman I've known for a while, and he's always been a little sheepish about approaching me, and I never bugged him because I thought, well, if he's ready, he'll talk to me. He works outside in the hot sun. He's my age, and he's trying to figure out, Scott, I don't have a lot of money saved. I've got 50, 60, 80 grand saved. I sold a piece of real estate that my mom left me. I might have 100 grand. Clearly, that's not going to be enough, and we started talking about this. I said, look, you know, you're making 60 grand a year. That's nothing to be ashamed of. That's a nice living. It's not rich, but it's certainly a decent living for a hardworking person. And you got 100 grand. You got 6 or 7 more years till you're eligible for Social Security. But think about this. If you're making 50 or 60 grand, Social Security for you is going to be in the $30,000 to $35,000 range.
Yep.
So first of all, you have to recognize that your gap is not 60 grand. Your gap is the difference between what you're making and what you get from Social Security. So what I told him was, I said, look, he said, I got to get out of the Florida sun. I'm working. I can't do summers anymore. So we sat down and devised a plan for him to work part-time, get enough hours to keep his health insurance till he could get to Medicare, continue to save a little bit, but get out of the sun in the summertime. His employer went for it. So here we are several years later, and he's within a year or so of retiring. His income will be a little less, I think, than the 60 or so he was making working, but he's out of the sun, and he's going to probably make 50, 55 a year. He's perfectly fine with that. He's got a little bit of a nest egg to rest his head on at night if something goes wrong, and he's totally good. So I guess the point is, no matter where you are in the game, don't be defeated.
Right.
You know, you only lose when you quit. I know it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason.
That's right. Well, I thought that was important to say, and I appreciate that.
Yeah,
it's a perfect
indeed.
way to say it, because I think people hear the segment and they're like, wow, man, I'm at this point in my life, and why start now? And, man, that is literally the worst thing you can say to yourself.
Scott, when you refer to it as he'll be making a little less in retirement, for those who just don't conceptualize, how is he making money in retirement? And where is that money coming from other than Social Security? How do you make money in retirement?
So in his case, he's working part-time.
Yeah.
So first of all, you have to realize that we're living a lot longer. So when Social Security first came about, the average lifespan was around 62 and a half years, right? So we're living well into our mid to late 70s. more and more Americans, we have twice as many Americans working at age 65 as we did 10 years ago.
Jeez Louise.
Wow.
Twice as many 70-years.
Wow.
So we're healthier. We're not all doing backbreaking agricultural work like we used to. We're not working in factories like we used to. I get that some people do, and I appreciate that. But the reality is you don't have to quit at 65. First of all, doing nothing's not all it's cracked up to be.
And not.
I mean, I don't know if you've sat around the house twiddling your thumbs watching terrible TV. It gets on your nerves after a while. So what he's doing in this example is he's worked out a deal with his employer that's allowing him to work part-time, make $25,000 a year as long as he wants to do it. We figured out he probably needs to do it to 70. But at that point, he'll have 100, 120, 130 amassed. He should be able to subsidize himself going forward. So he'll take out of his savings, he'll get Social Security, and he'll probably net 10 to maybe $11,000 less per year to live on. But remember, he's not putting in a 401k.
That's right.
He doesn't have the expense of commuting to work. So he's going to live an okay life. Is he going to stay at the Ritz? No. But is he going to have fun? Can he go fishing when he wants to? He loves to camp. I see his camper set up all the time. And that's, maybe that costs him a couple $100 over the weekend.
Yeah. But that's a great thing is also to know the plan. So if you have an idea, if you go to Scott and go, hey, look, I need to do this. And that's one of the big things, right? I would like to make this in retirement. Well, then you can kind of take what you have and almost back engineer it to come up with something that you can do.
Yeah. It's again, I say this all the time in meetings or in seminars is people will say, well, what's the rate of return? And my answer to that is, well, what is the needed rate of return? What do you need to earn? Most people have not sat down with the yellow pad and said, and I'll make it overly simple. I got $200,000 and I need to generate $10,000 a year. That's 5%, right? Most people haven't even done that, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't know what you need to earn, then how can I tell you what you're going to earn or what we're going to try to earn? Because, again, somebody might come in and say, I need $20,000 on $1 million. Well, that's 2%. Another person might come in and say, I need $80,000 on $1 million. That's 8%. Now, those are two different structures.
Gigantically
Two different possibilities. The person taking 20% probably has a 99% chance that they can't screw it up. The person taking 8% probably has less than a 50% chance they can't screw it up. So we need to understand the dynamics of what you're trying to do. I always find it hilarious when somebody walks in and says, well, what can you get me? What can I get you?
You're a car dealership.
I mean, I got
McDonald's.
I got a soda in the refrigerator. I get that for you. So, yeah, you need to know where you're going before you can get there.
All right, that's kind of what we were talking about the first one. The second one here is trading is neither a strategy nor is it effective. So that flies in the face of a lot of what we see on social media these days, especially when you see, all day on TV, crypto's going crazy and all this stuff's going crazy and stocks are going to do this, they're going to do that. And, people believe that they can manipulate this market with no information whatsoever and no idea of what they're doing. What do you mean by that statement, by the way?
Again, it's fascinating to me the things people can convince themselves of. So if you think about the week, it's been 1 week since the election results, right? And that Tesla's up 38%. Nvidia's up 20%. Microsoft's up, I don't even know what.
I think this week, didn't this week just turn Nvidia into the most valuable company in the world?
That is correct. But what has changed? Tesla was scheduled to do about $25 billion a quarter 9 days ago.
Right.
Today, they are still scheduled to do $25 billion in net revenue, yet their stock's up 38%, right? My point in telling you that is what I've heard a lot of noise over the last week, right? The market's jumped up. Bitcoin is what's changed about Bitcoin? What's different about Bitcoin that it's up 20 grand or whatever it is, 25 grand, right?
75 to 90,
It didn't make any sense at 60 grand, and it makes less sense at 80 grand, right? If you buy an apartment building, you know that apartment building's going to generate rent, right? And as inflation takes us down its little road, that rent's going to grow over time. If you buy a stock, there's a company. If you buy Apple stock, they make iPhones. They employ millions of people. That they generate a ton of revenue. That they pay a dividend. And if the next cool iPhone hits, the stock's going to jump in price. If you buy Bitcoin, what are you expecting to happen? Right? You just need somebody else to sell it to at a higher price.
That's it. That's not a market, really.
So my point is the noise I'm hearing about crypto, the noise I'm hearing about Tesla, the noise I'm hearing about the overall market over the last week, people in their heads, because of recency bias, have determined that happy days are here and the market's going to grow at 17% per week. I got news for you. That ain't happening.
Today.
So don't confuse a bull market with brilliance.
Yeah,
and that's what a lot of people do.
Well, it happens all the time. It went up 500 points, 600 points in the last 2 or 3 days, and now it's down almost 3 today. So it's the roller coaster ride. The thing is, just stay on the ride.
Yeah, I just wanted to give props to Scott. We got a really cool text in.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 77031. Thank you, Scott, for putting that last scenario in perspective for all of us, quote-unquote, average earning people. I make about $90 a year, went through a divorce, took old 401k, started a new one on your recommendation.
Oh, that's so
Never
awesome.
too late to start, and all caps, thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. You know, I read something many years ago about a woman who went back to college in her 90s. And all of her friends said, well, how old will you be when you graduate? And she said, how old will I be otherwise? If I don't graduate,
Exactly.
won't I still be the same age? You know, so people, it's the things people tell themselves to kind of be cynical or to get in their own way. I mean, it's frustrating. You know, in talking about trading, one of the things that's more annoying than most annoying about trading is when somebody gets lucky, right? When somebody gets lucky and confuses, I bought crypto and it was 60 grand, now it's 70 grand, and now I'm a genius.
Right, yeah.
And then they go about destroying themselves because they believe they have a set of skills they don't have. In fact, Vegas, I don't know if you know this, but Vegas hopes every person who sits down at the blackjack table wins their first hand. Do you know why?
Because you'll keep playing.
Because you will, on average, lose twice as much money if you win your first hand.
Wow.
They know that statistically, if I walk in and I clean the dealer's clock in the first hand or two, that I'm going to stay longer trying to duplicate that dopamine hit.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, trading, I've heard people talk about it for 38 years. Young men are particularly prone to this because it's kind of been gamified.
Well, also social media has really pushed out the narrative that you can get rich fast. I think that's one of the greatest disservices
100%.
that we haven't seen with social media. Everybody talks about all this other stuff, but in reality, it's turned an entire generation of young men into people that believe that they can manipulate a market that hasn't been tamed in 200 years. That it doesn't work like that. People don't. I mean, there are a few people out there that really kind of know what they're doing, but in reality, if you look at even Berkshire Hathaway's portfolio, it's blue chippers. It's all these people that you think are these geniuses. They are, no question. But in reality, all they did is be patient.
They're geniuses in the discipline and the patience.
Right.
So I'm glad you brought up Berkshire. So 8 days ago, Berkshire owned Coke, Geico, American Express, Bank of America. Today, and Apple, although less of it.
Yes.
Today, they own Coke, Geico, Bank of America, et cetera, right?
Exactly.
Not Warren Buffett's like, he's probably been napping for the last 9 days. He doesn't even know that election happened, right?
He doesn't even care. I love it.
And interestingly enough, Berkshire's up in one of the top 10 increases over the last week. So, again, people overthink it. They think it's complicated, and they think they've figured the secret out. I got news for you. There's no secret. So that is one of my frustrations, and as I've gotten older, I've gotten a little impatient. I actually jumped on one of my young guys the other day who was kind of talking a little trash about trading, and I just about shoot him out of the room because it's not healthy. Because the problem is when something goes wrong with your crypto purchase, as a young man, for example, you're not going to say, I did something dumb. What you're going to say is the system is rigged.
Right.
You're going to become bitter, and that's going to keep you from doing the things you need to do over the next decade or two to actually acquire wealth. That is what I think the greatest crime of crypto is that it's making people bitter because they hear about the person that doubled their money overnight. They try to chase it, and they never catch it, and then they blame the system.
And they hear about the person that says they doubled their money overnight.
Right.
Yeah, and in reality, you don't know how much of these people have.
I would verify that.
Scott, would you like a little more high praise from the texting service?
I love praise. I have a weak ego.
This texter writes, I really think this Scott Brown segment should be required curriculum in high school and college.
Oh, I offered, by the way. I sat down with our legislators and offered to write it for them. They, to date, have not taken me up on that.
Well, they read your book. You don't know how to make anybody rich.
Yeah, that's right. I blew it.
All right. Well, Scott, it's EdgewaterFamilyWealth.com. He is a fiduciary and, of course, a portfolio manager. He's been doing it for 38 years here in town.
Yeah.
Small company, family-owned, and ready to help you out whenever you need. Tell me how they can get there and about the books as well, my friend.
Yeah, so we got 2 books that you can always ask to get sent to you. One is I Got a Guy, which teaches you how to use a financial advisor, basically the questions you should be asking. Second one is I've never made anyone rich because I never have. My job is to help maintain wealth, not create it. So those books are available to you at edgewaterfamilywealth.com. You can also schedule a consult at edgewaterfamilywealth.com anytime you like. We will begin our events anew and exciting events coming January and February.
Cannot wait. You guys give it up good and loud for Scott. EdgewaterFamilyWealth.com. Scott, good seeing you, buddy.
Professor Brown.
All right, 407-916-1041. Load them up. Trivia is next.
We have a prize. You have a phone. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
This is former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Steelers won again behind a rejuvenated Russell Wilson. The narrative was that Russell was too old and too past his prime, yet he's proving the opposite. In Pittsburgh, Russ has a great head coach and a great defense and a strong run game. Russ may not be cool like Aaron Rodgers and isn't for everybody, but he is a perfect fit for this roster and for the Steel City. I'm Colin Cowherd.
Staples has amazing deals on everything you need for the holidays, from custom holiday cards and photo gifts to laptops and gaming systems, even shipping solutions. And now save up to $350 on select computers. In-store only. Offer ends 11/16. Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples.
Guys, entertaining in your backyard this holiday season is easy with help from our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. They have grills and smokers from Big Green Egg, Traeger, Weber, Napoleon. They also have griddles as well. You want to cook your family breakfast, maybe cook some steaks and burgers? They got you covered there as well, or even pizza ovens. And I love my Uni pizza oven. You will as well. They have many, many different makers as well. Tools Ace Hardware also has Polywood outdoor furniture available. This is indestructible, recycled plastic. It is beautiful. It is absolutely indestructible, will not fade in the Florida sun. They have dining sets and Adirondack chairs, fire pits, firewood, patio heaters, and propane to keep everyone nice and warm when that temperature does finally drop here in Central Florida. And you can get it all assembled and delivered to your home for free when you spend $3.99 or more on grills or patio furniture. Just visit one of their 13 Central Florida locations or shop online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your backyard place.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
That's the Frank Gay way. FrankGayServices.com.
The free iHeart app goes everywhere you do. Even better, when you plug your phone into Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, the app becomes part of the dash with a seamless way to listen to your favorite radio stations, the latest must-hear podcast, or a custom playlist to get you focused. Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the iHeart app today.
Ever have one of those days where your gut just feels blah?
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance, but Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 Digestive Support is a daily use probiotic with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
For decades, Camtech School of Construction has been the leader in preparing thousands of people to advance their career as a licensed contractor. Check out our seminar this Thursday, 7 p.m. at the Orlando Holiday Inn Universal. Get licensed, get legal, get Camtech. CamtechSchool.com. What are you waiting for?
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news if you're considering a reverse mortgage. Rates have improved again this week. Get a same-day quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
With thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisor. Visit TrajanWealth.com.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Jimmy, you would look so boss with a nose ring and a Bob Ross wig. Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. That's a talkback. You can leave one as well. Get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it, and use that microphone to send your silliness over to Jack. He'll put it on the air, and if you make fun of me, he'll really put it on the air.
That one just came in. It went right to the top. I've got people who've been waiting all day to hear their talk back with, man, you know how to get to the top of the list.
Attaboy. All right, Bills is your 5 o'clock keyword, BILLS. Got a few minutes to get over to realradio.fm. Send that away for your chance at winning $1,000. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack has the Jackie sack. Let's get it. All aboard.
Chugga, chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
All right, we have some cool prizes this week. I'm really excited. Either you can choose, if you are the winner of JCS Trivia, 4 tickets. That's you and 3 acquaintances, we'll call them. You head on over to the Central Florida International Auto Show. That's happening this weekend from Thursday through Sunday. New cars, trucks, SUVs that will fill the Orange County Convention Center. It's the Central Florida International Auto Show. It's just real fun to walk in. You know what that place is filled with? New car smell.
Oh, yeah.
And cars you can't afford.
But some you can as well. It's got all kinds. It's got all kinds, yeah. The other prize, a pair of tickets.
I need a car.
This is an annual tradition for many, and we are getting close. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Lost Christmas Eve, happening Saturday, December 14th at the Kia Center here in Orlando. They'll be doing 2 shows that day. Tickets are still available at Ticketmaster.com, or you might just win a pair right now for JCS Trivia. That's what's in the Jackie Sack, which is brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. You know, that's a family-owned and operated Orlando moving and storage company, so stay local and keep it local by mentioning the Jim Colbert Show, because then you're going to get a discount. Book them today at CentoMoving.com. That's CENTO. Moving.com. You need an earring. Back to you, clickety-clack.
Thanks, Deb.
Sure.
Who's first?
Jewel.
Jewel right there on line 4. Jewel. How you doing, Jewel?
I'm doing great, but I hate when you make me go first.
Oh, that's a shame.
A woman should never
Would
say
you
that.
rather go last?
Yeah.
No, it's all right.
Really?
Yeah, well,
No. I'm good. I'm grateful.
There
All
you go, girl.
All right, Jewel, would you like to play a little game with us?
Of course.
All right, good. Let's do it. For all that bitching. All right, Jewel, this is a real easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. Jewel, one of these answers is a fabrication. It's a lie.
No.
I've made it up in an attempt to fool you. But if you see through my lie, you can go to the Jackie Sack. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. On this day in 1980, Canadian actor, producer, director, married to a Hollywood Latina goddess. He's a
Ryan Reynolds.
He's a song and dance man. He started on the Mickey Mouse Club.
Ryan Gosling.
That's right.
There we go.
He lives in La La Land. We are talking about Ryan Gosling. Today is his birthday.
Oh, wow.
All right, here are 3 fun facts about Ryan and 1 baby goose of a lie.
Oh.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Number 1. In 2006, Ryan Gosling became the first Canadian-born actor to receive an Oscar nomination in 60 years. Number 2, Ryan Gosling is an accomplished jazz guitarist. And number 3, Ryan Gosling and his wife Eva Mendes own a Cuban restaurant in Miami called La Maritas. Or lastly, Ryan Gosling was offered a spot in the Backstreet Boys but turned it down to pursue acting. Which of those is a lie?
Hmm.
Come on.
Gotta go.
We're going to find out, Jewel.
2.
No, sorry, that is true. Ryan Gosling is an accomplished jazz guitarist.
Wow, and that's not easy to do.
And by the way, he played all of those parts in the Barbie movie or the La La Land, the piano parts.
Yeah.
He played that, and he does not know how to play piano. He learned it months beforehand so that he could play it on stage so it would seem more authentic.
Nice.
Josh right there on line 3 going right up the tree. Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Great, thank you.
Good, man. We're talking about Ryan Gosling here. Which one of these is untrue? Number 1, in 2006, Ryan Gosling became the first Canadian-born actor in 60 years to receive an Oscar nomination. Number 2, Ryan Gosling and his wife Eva Mendes own a Cuban restaurant in Miami called La Maritas. Or lastly, Ryan Gosling was offered a spot in the Backstreet Boys but turned it down to pursue acting.
I'm going to go with the restaurant one, number 2.
That's the one, buddy. You're on. But let me tell you, he does own a restaurant in L.A. called Tangine. It's a Moroccan restaurant because he loves Moroccan food.
But the more interesting thing is, are you kidding me? He was invited to be a part of the Backstreet Boys
He sure
and he turned it down?
I just learned that today. He really was, because you got to remember, when he was in Orlando during the Mickey Mouse Club,
he was with Justin Timberlake
and Britney Spears. So they were around Lou Pearlman and that machine that was creating the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and all of these boy bands. And he's kind of a song and dance man. He's a great dancer, kind of a hybrid talent, to be honest with you, a really gifted guy. And he fit the part. He can sing, he can dance. And they figured he would fit perfectly, but he turned it down because he wanted to be an actor.
That could be the real reason, or it's just because he met Lou Pearlman.
Yeah, maybe so. But he was the first Canadian-born actor in 60 years to receive an Oscar nomination. And to be honest with you, I'd never even heard of the movie. I still can't even remember the name of it. It's something crazy. I've never even heard of the movie. And apparently he was nominated for an Oscar for it. He and his wife, Eva Mendes, do not own a restaurant. He does, though. He owns Tangine in L.A. It's a Moroccan restaurant.
Love Moroccan food.
Some other things, though. In high school, his nickname was Trouble because he was always getting in trouble.
Oh, really?
Well, he was picked on a lot as a kid, so he fought back. And he would get bullied and then beat up people. And then one day he went to school with 2 kitchen knives and threw them at students. Like he saw in a movie. I forget what the movie was, but he saw in the movie, he said, so I'm going to try that. I'll just throw these knives at kids. So he was homeschooled from the age of like 13 or 14.
Oh, wow.
He's a bit of a loner, too. He doesn't really have friends in Hollywood. He doesn't hang out with a clique. None of the young actors or whatever. Just kind of likes being by himself.
Right.
Doesn't really have that. Had a tough childhood. They grew up kind of humbly. Matter of fact, I think that when he went into acting, he was supporting his entire family as a 13-year-old on the Mickey Mouse Club. He lived with Justin Timberlake for years as they were going through that because it was just easier for them to do that.
Those kids were such jerks.
Oh, yeah, they had to have been. And then lastly here, he's one half of the indie rock band duo called Dead Man's Bones. And they've toured. And they have a record out, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can see him and hear him do his thing. There you go, Ryan Gosling. How old will that be today? What's that, 40? What's it, 44 today? 54?
Not 54.
Yeah, 44 today, right? Yeah, 44 years old. Still
what
looks
a
good.
baby.
Still looks good, 44 years old. Still looks like he looked like 25 years.
That's
good actor.
Hollywood.
He's a good actor. His portfolio is really good. If you look at his, he's got a real good list there. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Remember earlier in the show when I told you that girls do something that guys do something that girls don't do?
Yeah.
And it's unique to guys?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what that is next.
Ooh.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills
From the
Air.
Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Looking at a slow ride this afternoon on I-4 for those traveling east and westbound between the Greenway exit and the 429, as well as between Osceola Parkway and 535. Traffic also heavy on the interstate eastbound between County Road 46A and the St. Johns River Bridge. If you run into other traffic problems today, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Seminole. Every child learns in their own way, and the ELC of Seminole is passionate about sparking meaningful connections. Their school readiness programs support income-eligible families by offering scholarships to programs that foster early learning and development. Get started today at sparkyoungminds.com.
Guys, time to refresh your ride. It's the Central Florida International Auto Show, number 14th through the 17th. That's this weekend at the Orange County Convention Center. And look, man, Like I said before, I've been to this thing a number of times. It is so much fun. If you're a car person, you get to see the cool stuff, all the really new tech out there, hottest cars, SUVs, luxury vehicles, all the latest cutting-edge tech they're putting in the vehicles, what's new in electric vehicles. You can actually even take an EV test drive right there at the show. We're talking like some of the big makers, BMWs, Porsches, Ford, Kia, Nissan, all of that stuff is there. It's the Central Florida International Auto Show, the place to refresh your ride, the 14th through the 17th at the Orange County Convention Center. Get your tickets now at OrlandoAutoShow.com.
You've got so many chances to win big on Hard Rock Bet. Even a small bet can bring in that serious cash. All you need is $1 and a dream.
Unbelievable. They've hit the parlay. Let's go!
Big payouts for every kind of player.
Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us.
Get up to $100 back if your first bet doesn't win. Payable and bonus bet up to $100, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Man, it's not a secret here in Central Florida. Your AC better be ready to go all year round. I mean, here it is, damn near the middle of November, still in the mid-80s, which means inside it's going to be toasty. Your AC has to be relied on. And if it's not, Mills Air is the call you need to be making now. These guys have been doing it for 30-plus years in Central Florida. And when I say doing it, what I mean is keeping your house nice and cool with really good service and integrity. Their techs are awesome people. They know these brands inside and out. You don't even have to know what kind of AC unit you have. They can repair it. But even better, if you do need that new unit, they're Carrier factory authorized dealers. That could get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier and always turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. They're awesome. You're going to love doing business with them. I promise. They have saved my butt and Jack's and Ross's and Deb's mom over and over, and they're ready to help you as well. Just call 407-277-1159. Online, it's easy. millsair.com.
For more information about contests on this station, go to realradio.fm/rules.
Get up to a 30% upfront bonus to use for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year to help grow your retirement income. Whether you're in retirement or will be retiring within 10 years, Trajan Wealth can offer some of the highest guarantees in the business. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know no one wants to work forever. We all need to retire someday, and I know you've worked hard for your money, so now is the time to guarantee it. Take advantage of up to a 30% upfront bonus for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't woulda, shoulda, coulda. Get up to a 30% bonus just for opening an account, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Retire the right way, the Trajan way, with Trajan Wealth. 407-213-0000. 407-213-0000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Fence Outlet has helped our customers keep children and pets safe with quality fences for over 30 years. Now is the time to install your Fence Outlet fence. Visit fenceoutlet.com today to set up your free estimate and discover our wide selection of fencing options. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Happy holidays. Welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get 50% off the Total 5G Unlimited plan when you keep your phone.
Really? 50% off and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's as low as $25 per month for one line when you sign up for AutoPay.
Visit your Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
Hi, I'm Susan, and I'm a school teacher, and my husband is a firefighter. One day, we got the worst call of our lives. Our son was in a serious accident. We heard Glenn Klausman on Real Radio and called him to help. Mr. Klausman genuinely cared about our son and fought multiple insurance companies to get us a great result. We could reach him 24/7 on his cell phone. Mr. Klausman was our guardian angel.
I'm Glenn Klausman. Contact me at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com. Office, Winter Park.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, CASH. C-A-S-H. Cash. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm and answer your phone if you get the call. Good luck.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Listen, men out there, get down on your knees and return the favor to your lady every once in a while. It's good for you. It's good for her.
I had a friend that used to say, show me a man that doesn't do that, and I will show you a woman I can take away from him.
Since you're talking about stuff, what's up with these men, particularly older men, who are growing these straggly beards? They look disgusting. Ugh. Just wondered if anybody had any comments on that.
Well, young guys are doing it too. Like, more young guys have big old burly beards than I've seen any. Like, the new bro movement is like full beard out.
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 6 o'clock keyword is cash. C-A-S-H. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Cash, guys. That'll do it. That is your 6 o'clock keyword. Good luck. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here.
Yeah. That's a yeah.
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 Well, we've had some interesting talk today, so I don't want to pile on with this stuff, but
yeah,
right before we left, I was.
Did you ask Scott Brown?
No, I'm not going to ask Scott stuff like this.
Oh,
although he'd probably answer, but off the air, he's not going to talk about this stuff on the air. I would never ask him to do that.
Yeah, I'll just save it for the rest of Central Florida.
He's a respected businessman. So, what do you think that
you and I do?
Okay, what do you think guys do, Jack? We've done this for a long time.
You don't know what I've done.
And by the way, somebody may have done this for you. You may not have even done this by yourself. Somebody may have deemed this for you.
Are you talking about hedonism again?
No, this is a specific thing that I think guys do that women do not do.
Well, I already guessed front scratch, but I don't think you've ever had someone do that for you.
It's not front scratch, no.
Guys do that, women.
Well, you gotta remember, it's kind of comical and it's kind of juvenile, but guys do this, and I've never heard a woman talk about herself in this manner.
Bat wings.
No, well, what? Well, kind of.
Yeah, when it gets swampy and it turns into a bat.
No. You mean mine?
No, guys in general.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Bat wings is fine.
Yeah.
No, listen, here's the deal. Bat wings is fine. It's fine. Nobody knows what we're talking about. They do. The ones that do are loving it. The ones that don't are calling somebody that does.
That's why you powder.
Guys name their junk. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah.
Guys name their junk. You guys don't do that. Women don't name their junk. They don't name their boobs. They don't name the other stuff. Guys, for some reason,
you don't know that.
Love to name their junk. Or have it named for them, like a girlfriend to give a name to or something. But why is that? Why do guys name their junk? And Jack, do you have a name for your junk?
I do not.
Jimmy?
That's a weird name. Now, I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to say this on the air.
Is it Little Jimmy?
I'm not going to say this on the air.
Come on, Jimmy.
No, there's no
Little
way.
Jimmy.
Do you think for 1 second I'm giving Central Florida that gift for?
Come on, it's almost Christmas.
Do you realize you have no idea about my life? You have no idea what people yell at me in public. You have no clue in your entire life. Being in a mall with my kids when they're 5 and 6 years old, and I go, oh my God, there's dirty effing Jim. Right beside me. You have no clue. There's no way I'm giving the general effing public the name that my first girlfriend gave my junk. No way. No way. It's kind of lame anyway. But
what, your junk?
No, my junk is okay. Very average.
Kind of lame is the name?
No, but it's the show title.
What's the name of your junk, big dog? Kind of lame. That was the name? No, that's it. That's the name. But girls don't name their boobs, do they?
Pickles? Is it named Pickle?
It's not named Pickles. Get out of here.
Is it
Kosher?
Jimmy Johnson?
It's not Jimmy Johnson. That's a good one, though.
That is.
That's a damn good one.
Thank you, texting service.
Wow, look how many people are already texting on this stupid topic.
Come on.
But why don't girls do that? Or do you know any girls that ever did? It's kind of weird because...
Yeah, Thelma and Louise.
Is that what you name them?
Well, that's not what I've named them, but I mean...
That's great.
I'm not going to give you my name either.
I
won't tell if you won't tell.
If you're not going to tell.
Well, the thing is, I just don't want people yelling at me, and I know for a fact that's going to happen.
Starting with me.
I mean, already, you guys did the good boy thing, and like 2 days after that, you're a good boy.
Good boy.
Good boy.
How's little Jimmy?
Okay, we got some women in that who have said they name. Yeah. Mine's Miss Chi-Chi.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, I think that's just a normal name that girls use for it, though.
I've never called mine Chi-Chi.
Yeah, but I know girls who have. I know girls who refer. Look, can I tell you something? I'm going to tell you something crazy. I don't think I've ever said their name on the air, so I think I can do this. Jack loves it when I say I think I can do this on the air.
That's why he leaned in.
It's his favorite thing.
If you're watching us on YouTube, he leaned in.
So I'll just say this. In the past, my daughters and my wife went to a particular doctor's office, and at this doctor's office, like they have female doctors and they have male doctors, depending on who comes in. If they're uncomfortable with a male doctor, we'll have a female doctor. Well, this female doctor is very familiar. She gets real familiar real quick. And she uses slang for that area for girls. Like, she doesn't say...
Calls it the vajayjay?
Yeah, the vajayjay or the chooch or the, she has...
cooch.
Yeah, but she says chooch for some reason. I don't know why.
She wants to be different.
Yeah, she wants to be different. But she says that, well, how's your chooch? like, I'm serious. It's crazy. Like, my daughter came out and she goes...
Doozle biscuit.
My daughter...
I learned that on Instagram.
My wife was telling me that, she took one of her daughters to go see her, and my daughter came out. I think my daughter was probably 19 or 20 at the time. I mean, they went on an appointment that they made together so that it was just easier for travel and stuff. And she's like, Mom, the doctor was talking about the area down there like it was like we were in high school. And and it was like, how's the vajayjay? How's your chooch? How's your girl?
Right.
And all that stuff. Guys do not do that. Guys, doctors do not do that. They do not refer to your genitalia as cute names.
Well,
like, how's Mr. Bobo?
I don't, because I think that would be a different dynamic. Because the question is, does he call him, how's Mr. Bobo, after he's given you the thumb?
Right.
So you have a whole different romantic dynamic going on in there that we don't.
Now, my doctor says that while the thumb's happening, that's bad. How's Mr. Bobo? Well, he's very unhappy right now.
Yeah.
Because
not good.
Mr. Bobo's feeling some pressure right now, Doc. And it's not because he's behind on his power bill.
Oh, don't say behind.
Yeah. Richard, why would you name your junk Chester Cheeto?
I've got the white chocolate rocket.
Oh, my God.
Somebody said mine is fun size.
So girls call it kitty or cookie. I've heard that one before.
Oh, yeah.
But again, those are...
Your pum pum.
But those are general names. I've heard the poom poom before.
Well, that's a Caribbean phrase.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, baby, go wash your pum pum.
But those are all general names. It's not like, your name, Mr. Peepers. Or,
I think Jimmy just revealed his name. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mr. Peepers.
Yay.
And make sure if you see Jimmy in public.
Because at that age, that's all it could do is peep.
Jeepers, creepers. Where'd you get that peeper?
407 916 1041. I bet there's a lot of people out there that have had their names for a long time, because here's the thing: when your first girlfriend, sex is so novel at that point in your life that you come up with these cute things to kind of break up the tension of being naked in front of somebody for the first time.
No, it's because we can't resist the fact that it looks like a sock puppet. You just want to make shapes out of it. See how far you can pull it and then let it go. Does it snap back?
Somebody just said, yeah, be careful of that one. Slick Rick the Ruler. One says, how's your Virginia? Pippi Longstocking. Somebody just says, the Velvet.
My wife named her boobs Wabam, because that's when they come out. Wabam.
Wabam.
That's the best.
I think girls have more for their, guys don't have names for their butt, but for girls' butts, man, you got all kinds of names. Badonkadonk, junk in the trunk.
Peach.
All that stuff. We don't have any of that stuff for our butt. It's just flat old dude butt. And that's not very enticing. Hey, want to get some of this flat old dude butt?
Tell me about your boyfriend.
Exactly.
He's
So
got
is
a
it
dude bud.
Is it Bobo or Mr. Peepers, Jim?
No, it's not either one of those. It's not Mr. Peepers. I just thought Mr. Peepers was funny.
Is it Moby Dick?
Can I tell you something?
Right now, Mr. Peepers and Pom Pom is the show title.
Together forever.
No, that or I just pooped a calculator.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
So I have to tell you, it was it was just a person's name. It was just a man's name. It wasn't even anything cute.
Ralph?
Tom.
What? Tom?
Dan.
Dan? No, it wasn't anything like that.
Dan, the one-eyed man?
Xavier?
Peter the sock puppet?
Xavier.
Xavier.
How unsexy could Xavier be?
Eduardo.
Yeah, it's not Eduardo. No,
How about Gordo?
Not Gordo either.
That's
That'd
a
be
damn
great.
shame.
Oh, yeah. I was like,
Gordo
no
in that
Escardo.
sense.
No Escardo.
My ex was not cut, and I called it, "Aw, Mr. Turtle."
Oh, did you really?
I didn't.
Oh, well,
I read that off the text.
Well, you got to say that because if not, people are going to start yelling Mr. Turtle at you.
Herman, the one-eyed German.
See?
Text line is the best thing ever.
It is. It's the greatest thing ever.
How about Stanley the power tool?
Herman, the one-eyed German has got me, though. Because I just think of one of those with an eye patch on and a little German helmet. Like if I took mine
It already has a German helmet. What are you talking about?
You got to draw that Ankh on it or whatever that thing is, that cross.
Well, Ankh is Egyptian.
Yeah, you're right. It's different. That
Iron
cross,
cross.
the iron cross, right. A little spike.
No spikes.
Man,
then you got to get a Sharpie and put a little mustache on
By the
it.
way, we are starting the best Halloween party that ever happened. We're gonna pitch this and we'll pitch this some promotions next week.
Oh, good.
Yeah, a genitals Halloween party.
Good luck finding him.
Yeah, exactly.
What, genitals?
Jimmy John, he's super fast.
Yeah. Fred, fierce ramming erotic device. God almighty, that's so disgusting.
Russell, the one-eyed love muscle.
Yeah, I've heard that
We've
one.
heard that one in high
for
school.
sure. Yeah. Some girl says she calls hers Barbara Bush.
How about Miss Muffy?
Yeah, I've heard that one. It's God almighty. All right, 407. This went exactly where I thought it would go, by the way. Down, straight down, immediately.
Sigourney Beaver.
That one's pretty good.
You can't do that at the end of the show when we already have show names. You can't.
This is the texting service. This is our brilliant listeners doing this. Sigourney
You can't hit me with Sigourney Beaver. Not at 612, guys.
That's
Come
the
on.
show title. Mr. Peepers and Sigourney Beaver.
Oh, yeah. Together forever. Now out on X videos. Go get it. Jesus.
Available at wicked.com.
Exactly.
All you have to do is buy that Ken doll, and you're in. That Barbie. All right, 407. Oh, my God. I can't say that one either.
Which one?
Somebody said just Mr. Whistleblower. You guys are killing it tonight. I mean, absolutely killing it. I never laugh at this thing. Popeye the Impaler.
You know what, though? This just ruined Alien for me.
Yeah, it did.
Because now I'm going to be like, I love with Sigourney Weaver.
Somebody said, just in a fit of irony, 4-inch Magnum. One's fighting the other. All right, 407-916. We'll get off this now. No pun intended. All right, 407-916-1041. Don't forget your 6 o'clock keyword is cash, C-A-S-H. Get over to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. Cash, guys. That's the word. Get over there and get that money. We'll be back in a sec.
Someday, Alexa will do everything. Alexa, can you take the dog for a walk?
Ha ha ha. No way in hell.
But until then, tell her to play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
Playing Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
Looking at a slow ride this afternoon on I-4 for those traveling east and westbound between the Greenway exit and the 429, as well as between Osceola Parkway and 535. Traffic also heavy on the interstate eastbound between County Road 46A and the St. Johns River Bridge. If you run into other traffic problems today, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
Florida needs a power company that's storm ready. That's why FPL works year round to keep the power on and restore it safely and as quickly as possible when needed. FPL, working for you every single day. Get ready at fpl.com/storm.
Give your home a whole new look by upgrading your old windows and doors with the latest designs from Renewal by Andersen. Renewal by Andersen's Acclaim Impact windows and doors are made from Fibrex material, which is 2 times stronger than vinyl, ensuring superior durability and resistance to extreme weather conditions. Plus, they're customizable. You can choose from a variety of styles and finishes to match your home's aesthetic, with each product custom built to fit your home's exact specifications. And to help you find your style, Renewal by Andersen offers a free, no-obligation consultation to help you find the perfect windows and doors for your home. Gethin agrees and says excellent and professional service from start to finish, would highly recommend. During the month of November, save 20% on your entire project, plus 0 money down, 0 payments, and 0% interest for 18 months. Visit bestwindowsflorida.com to schedule your free consultation today. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, license number CGC 1527613.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X card. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to bring you closer to the athletes you love, literally, with premium travel benefits from the Capital One Venture X card. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when booking on Capital One Travel and access to airport lounges worldwide. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Guys, look, man, it's not a big secret that the real estate market right here in Orlando is changing and booming now more than ever. And with your home being your most valuable asset, you need a real estate company that's always one step ahead of the market, whether you're buying or selling. That is the Nickley Group. These guys on average sell homes for about 6% more than their competitors, and they sell them twice as fast as well. And on top of that, clients on average save about $24,000 when they purchase a home using the Nickley Group. That money goes right back in your pocket, guys. And with interest rates lower than they've been in a while, your buying power is tens of thousands of dollars better than it was just a year ago. And with September setting that record price for highest average sales price in Central Florida, it lets you know the money is out there. If you're looking to make a move, now's the time to do it. And don't sleep on their website. A lot of stuff can happen over there. As a matter of fact, if you don't want to go through the whole sales process, you can get a guaranteed cash offer for your home right there on the website. That means no showings, no open houses. That deal closes in 14 days and you move forward. Get your home valued instantly using current market data. You can do that right there to find out what it's worth, or list your house on the market. All of that right there on their website. And while you're there, be sure to download their buyer's guide. It is packed with useful information about the home buying and selling process. That way you can be informed and make a better deal for yourself. It's the NickleyGroup.com. That's NICKLEY Group.com.
Just Call Mo says drive responsibly this holiday season, but if you're injured, just call Mo.com.
Celebrate the day with a Thanksgiving buffet at Rosen Center on International Drive. You can savor a cornucopia of holiday classics paired with fresh new favorites. Give thanks for the perfectly roasted turkey, the creamiest mashed potatoes, and other timeless classics as well. And if you're craving global cuisine, we got you covered. Line your plate with green shell mussels from New Zealand, or grab a bowl of butternut squash bisque with coconut and Thai curry. Make your reservations early. Visit rosencenter.com/Thanksgiving and make Thanksgiving or Christmas easier by booking Rosen Center.
Jessica.
Yeah?
I made this holiday playlist just for you.
Aww.
Of all the girls in Orlando, there's no one I'd rather share these songs with.
I love them.
There's just one thing I have to tell you. Now, only with Verizon, you can get YouTube Premium for $10 per month with my plan, making it totally ad-free because there's nothing worse than an interruption from an ad right when things are about to get interesting.
What?
Check it out at a Verizon store here in Orlando.
Yeah, I gotta go.
YouTube Premium perk requires line subscribed to my plan, must be 18 years old or cancel anytime. One offer per eligible Verizon line. Additional terms apply. U.S. only.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, one firm for life.
Get up to 50% off New South Windows and Doors. Visit our showroom on November 16th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 40% off. Want that extra 10% off? Show your U.S. military ID or bring a Toys for Tots donation. Visit newsouthwindow.com/50 for details.
You've got a Pepto predicament, moviegoer.
Hey,
I can hear your stomach grumbling.
Sorry, I ate that entire tub of popcorn with extra butter.
You overdid it, and now your movie has turned into a blockbuster bellyache. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto Chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can focus on the action on the big screen instead of in your stomach. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This hour of programming is brought to you by My Home Builders Network. Need a new roof? Then you need Mike and his team at hbnusa.com.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Good afternoon, morning, Colbert Carew. All right, Jimmy, so now you always get at me for my stature, which is of the short variety.
Yeah.
But, yeah, where do you think I got my nickname, dude? Yeah, ladies.
All right.
Big T out.
There you go, Big T. I love
How's
it.
it? Oh, brother Jim.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to tell you, ladies be given some names. They do. Aloha.
What up, JCS crew? Hey, you know, I'm Italian and I go downtown. I literally call it the gabagool.
Okay, buddy. God almighty, Jack. Jack chose to air that.
Thank you, Jack.
Jack chose to air that.
La 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 la.
I thought he was talking about Italian deli.
Yeah, that's fine. Gabagoo.
Tell you, there's a row your boat. I can tell you all about that.
God almighty, these people in the texting service
are the best.
Oh my God almighty. That top one. The slapper. Is that the one you just read? Yeah, I'm not going to read it.
No, but
slappers. I tell
He
you,
used to call every day.
How about this? Slapper's the safest word I can say in that.
But it does look like any other river in the state of Florida.
God almighty. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 6 o'clock keyword is cash, C-A-S-H. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Cash is it. Good luck. We hope you win. I am Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well.
Yeah.
Have you guys even thought about doing your decorating for Christmas yet? Or holiday lights or whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, and actually I have a little conundrum.
What
with
is your
that,
conundrum?
because typically the Saturday after Thanksgiving is when I would put out like the outside Christmas lights, get all the Christmas stuff set up. I think I did it a little earlier last year. However, this year my plan was I all year needed to paint my house, and I was thinking, well, we have 2 weeks off at the end of the year. It'll be the best weather to do that. Something I should paint my house the 2 weeks that I'm off of work. And then I thought of, well, if I'm painting my house, I can't have Christmas lights on because they're going to get in the way.
Sure, yeah.
So I can't put Christmas lights on the house if I'm painting it.
I thought you already painted your house.
I did not. I talked about doing it.
Oh, you never
this
did
year.
it. Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I thought for some reason, I thought you did it.
I was waiting for the weather to break, and fall is only like 3 days a year.
Yeah, I was going to say it's
And
this
so
weekend. and that's it.
I'm hoping to catch those 3 days.
This weekend would be a good time to do it, though, because it's not supposed to rain. It's supposed to be beautiful.
I'm
all
busy
weekend
on weekends, Jimmy. You don't understand. I'm a busy guy.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do this during the day? You can't do that. Are you going to airless paint, or are you going to paint it with a brush?
With a brush.
Get out of here. Why are you even doing that?
Because how else do you do it?
Airless spray, man. God, you paint the whole house in like an hour and a half. The prep is everything. That's the number one thing is prepping.
lot of work.
The prep is a lot of work, but the thing is painting a house is great. Here's what happens, right? You go to the biggest wall that you have that has no problems, no windows or doors or anything, and you'll paint that thing. You're like, God, this is so much fun. I love painting. It's great. You're out there in the sun. It's great. Got some music going, maybe a cold beer. And then about the third hour of that, when your hand doesn't work anymore and you're covered in paint and you still have to clean up and you've missed 15 spots, you hate it. And I mean, you really hate it. When you get that airless spray painter, you're going to use probably about like twice as much paint or maybe 40 to 50% more paint. But man, I mean, you just get that blocking paddle. It looks like a big old spatula.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't understand. You just told Jack that he can save money like 40 to 50% on his paint.
Oh, yeah. Because
if he just uses a brush. What part do you think Jack heard?
How much do you think 5 gallons of good paint is, Deb?
Oh, God, close to $100.
How about $300?
Woo!
I mean, paint right now, good paint is anywhere from $55 to $63 a gallon
But Jack,
for good paint.
I painted my first house.
Yeah.
With a brush.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
I painted them with rollers and brushes. I got to tell you, it is
Lesson learned.
It is zero fun. We hired a company to paint this house we're in right now, and it took 3 guys 4 days to paint the damn thing. I was like, that would have taken me a month and a half.
Last time my house was painted, one guy with a sprayer and a giant spatula, and he did it in 1 day.
Yeah, dude, it is.
Wow.
The thing is, it's the prep that sucks. I will tell you, if you use an airless spray painter, it's prep. And I'll tell you the other thing, too. You can't really use an airless spray painter when it's windy outside. And this time of year, it gets breezy in the afternoons. It's not like, spring or whatever, when it can be relatively calm. In the winter here, it's windy, and you got to get up in the morning and got to get going, because when the wind starts blowing, you don't want overblowing people's cars. I've dealt with that before. God, it sucks. The last thing you want to do is have to clay bar a guy's Land Rover for free because, you didn't take the time to mask things off properly. You know what clay barring is?
No.
So when you detail a car, you can go to like AutoZone or whatever, and you get a thing called a clay bar. And basically, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a piece of clay, but it's really high level. It looks like high level modeling clay. And what happens is this: like when you get a little wet, and if you have like something on your car, like a little speck of something or tar or anything like that, if you just rub that clay lightly over it, it will knock that right off of your car and won't scratch your paint. It is abrasive, but it's so abrasive it actually doesn't even feel abrasive. And I'll give you an example. We the side of my truck. Remember I told you I had green paint?
Yes.
All over the side of my truck because somebody put a paint can in a garbage bag, and I was making a dump run at the house. And when I went to throw the garbage bag over my truck, the garbage bag had paint on it, so it got paint spatula, splashes of paint on my truck. My not brand new, but. And it looked terrible, right? It wasn't hard. It wasn't easy to see, but when you got it close, you could see it was like everywhere. Well, this weekend, I just went to a car wash and I got my clay bar, and I just meaning to do it, and it just knocks it right off. No problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like I could literally throw paint on your car, let it dry, and just my little clay bar, it just bumps it right off there.
Please don't.
I was going to say, do it, Jack. Do it.
Yeah.
Have him come over with his earring and his...
Yeah. God, these names are still coming in. You people have problems.
Yeah, stop.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Anything that begins red tipped, I'm not reading.
Hey, real quick, something that I switched up this week. If you're following us on Real Radio's Instagram at Real Radio 1041, each week I've been putting up tickets to see the Bucks at home, but this week is something different. We have Miami Dolphins tickets.
Whoa!
They are hosting the Las Vegas Raiders.
Whoa!
This Sunday.
Jack, you got to be going.
I thought about it.
Don't they have a train?
They do. They call it the End Zone Express.
Dude, that's great.
On Brightline. You can go. They
That's the thing Deb just did for the Taylor Swift show, right?
Yeah.
So it's about there's 2 trains. I think you could do it like 8 or 9 o'clock. You get down there, 1 o'clock game, and then they have a couple trains coming back afterwards. So it would be like a 12-hour day. I thought about doing that. I have other things to take care of this weekend, so I can't necessarily give up those 12 hours. But Raiders, Dolphins, Miami this Sunday.
Dude,
if you want to win tickets on our Instagram at Real Radio 1041 and follow the rules, you'd be surprised. We always get a lot of people entering, but there's a couple things you do. You follow us on Instagram. You like the post. Tag a friend, use hashtag Real Radio Entry.
And the guy that just won the 49ers tickets, did you hear him call in? Those tickets that we give away for the Bucks are no joke. Like where we were sitting for the game a couple weeks ago was really impressive.
Was great.
Oh, better than great.
It's lower bowl.
Oh yeah. I mean lower bowl like lower bowl.
Yeah, for the Bucks. Yeah. So I haven't been to the Miami game, so I don't know exactly where these seats are, but I know it's Raiders, Miami Dolphins at Real Radio 1041 on Instagram. Follow the rules there, and we'll Thursday night pick a winner.
Also, you did something the other day we really never got a chance to talk about. You guys did that SeaWorld roller coaster thing. It's called Coasters at Night or whatever?
Coasters at Night, Christmas edition. If you like roller coasters, do yourself a favor and check this out.
Was it good?
They are doing this 6 times total between now and the end of the year, and 2 of the times were like last Friday and Saturday. I went on Friday night, and it's they, as the park closes down, then you have the nighttime version, and it runs from 8 until 11. And I think some nights in December they're doing 9 until midnight, but it's 3 hours. I think it's like $50 to go in.
Damn, that's it, really?
You can ride all the roller coasters at SeaWorld. There was not one line. Every coaster I went on, I just had to wait for the next coaster to show up to be able to walk right on. It was amazing.
And they have the restaurants and stuff set up as well, so you can get something to eat and drink while you're doing it? Or?
Not all of the restaurants, but some of them.
That's all that matters.
We ate. We got something to eat, rode, and then immediately got on a roller coaster.
Stupid.
That's not.
I mean, the longest walk is walking through all the queue with no people in it.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah,
it's like a little
great.
secret then. It's almost like, that's wild.
It was so if you like riding roller coasters, check out SeaWorld at SeaWorld Orlando. Yeah, it's SeaWorld.com. But it's all their roller coasters, Mako, Kraken, all of them. The Pipeline we did, it was so much fun.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
I wish I could ride coasters. I wish I could. I just got reminded at Halloween Horror Nights that I can't because I rode the Mummy. And I got off mad. I did. I was mad. And my wife and her friend, they knew I was mad. They tried to talk to me. I'm like, nah, it's not a good time. I just go in there and I eat a corn dog and drink a 20-ounce beer in like 35 seconds. First thing we do is go on the Mummy so I can shake that up. It's like getting into a washing machine. And I don't like roller coasters as it is.
Yeah.
And I remember at the beginning, I was like, oh, I think it goes to this thing where there's some fire. And I didn't remember it being that bad. And then that thing went backwards, and I'm like, oh, now I remember.
Yeah.
And then there's it's donezo at that point. I mean, if that thing did not have that rail, it would spit you out in the first 10 seconds. That first drop, they're like, oh, you're gone. You're on the ceiling at that point.
Yes, but if you love roller coasters, this is a great way to.
Yeah, that's cool.
You get to do them all with no lines. It's and plus the weather's perfect.
It is.
It's dark out. They have their Christmas lights up, so it was perfect night.
What a transition. I mean, Universal and Disney both transition out of their Halloween stuff into their Christmas stuff pretty seamlessly because they ran Halloween Horror Nights until the second or the first week in November, like the 6th or something.
Yeah, I don't. Let's see, first and second. I think it was about the second.
Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't that long
that
after.
Weekend.
Yeah. Because I think that Petrified Forest also ran theirs because it was on Thursday night and they ran it through that weekend.
Yeah, that's
exactly
Saturday the 2nd was the last.
It was the last. And it was packed, by the way.
Yeah.
I drove by there that evening. It was still very crowded.
On the 2nd?
Yes.
That's funny because I was talking with Kimmy there, and she was like, they were a little wondering, it's like, would people show up after Halloween? I go, oh, they're going to show up. They love this stuff.
Can I tell you, I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
I was like, man, nobody's going to be out there. And when we drove by, it was stacked.
Oh, that's great. I was there on Halloween proper. It was so much fun. I love it. Petrified
It is a good
Forest.
time. I didn't get to go this year. Yeah, I didn't get to go this year. It sucks because I've been every year for the last 8 years. Our schedule just worked out where we couldn't get over there.
My daughter wants to work it. She wants to be one of the actors in it.
You can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, there's that's a good part-time job for kids, by the way. And I think my guys actually thought about doing it, but scheduling-wise, it was just too unpredictable because they had jobs at that time, so they couldn't do it. Are you put up your Christmas stuff yet?
No, because we've transitioned from Halloween to now fall.
Oh, so you do a fall thing before you.
Thanksgiving, baby.
That's right.
So is that
right.
the pumpkins and the hay bales
so
and
we've
the
got the
leaves?
orange lights left up from the Halloween. Then we've got our orange truck with the pumpkins in the back. We've got our sparkly corn stalks. I just have to put out the crows and Mr. and Mrs. Scarecrow.
That's nice.
Thanks.
That's nice. Where do you keep all that stuff? You got an attic?
Our basement.
Oh, you got a basement. That's right. I totally forgot. Man, we don't have any outdoor stuff. It's all indoor stuff. We don't have anything that goes outside. We don't have any lights. All of our lights went bad. You buy those string lights, and I had so many of them for the house when we lived over here on the lake. I had I had a spool, like when they get the Cat 5 wire in here for the radio station.
Yeah,
it's those spools, right? Like the big ones that you see on the side of the road that people turn into tables.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mean the one that everyone used as a table?
It's a much smaller version of that because we have them here for a wire that we use for the radio station. So I grabbed one. I had 2 of those full of just those white lights, because we don't use any color lights, just white lights, right?
Whites only. It's a Jim
That's
Colbert
right, whites only.
tradition.
And
if it ain't white, it ain't right.
And they all went bad. Like, I mean, I swear, I would plug the thing in, and the strands would, 4 of the 20 would work. I mean, those things are disposable almost.
They are. They've gotten to that point where you used to have to chase it down, and and nowadays it's at a price point where you're like, it's not worth it.
Yeah,
it's not worth my time.
It's like $3.50 a strand. Why would I?
I'm going to Costco tonight, and they have something, and I didn't pull the trigger on it, and I'm actually thinking about doing it.
God, I love it when you spend money. Tell me more. Say it slower.
It's a strand. It's the LED lights. It would be for my tree, but it's LED, but it also...
It's programmable?
Yes.
Yeah, we have them. They're badass, by the way.
Right?
They can do white. They can do all blue. They can do multiple colors. They can blink in different successions. Can I tell you, the ones we have will listen to the songs you're playing and blink along with the beat of the song.
All right, so listen, my tree, you might be surprised, but it's artificial.
And it's still the rotating one, right?
It's a rotating base. I'm on my second base. This was a tree I got the day after Christmas, so it was 50% off.
That's the way you do it, man.
At Kmart.
That's even
Kmart. Wow.
It was a Martha Stewart tree.
In Kmart?
Lucky you.
Yeah. This was when Kmart was still open, Jim. That's how long I've had this tree.
Wow.
I've got more than 20 years on this tree. But all the original, it was pre-lit, which means at the time they just had...
They're all dead.
They've been dead for 15 years.
My tree looks like a dog with the mange.
I just keep adding more lights.
That's exactly what I did. It was the funniest thing. Ours went dead. It was like a little spot. I would just kind of hide that. I'd patch that up with lights.
Once you decorate it and have the other lights on, you can't tell that there's dead lights on that
Not
tree.
at all.
Oh, but now I'm thinking of those lights. $120 for that set.
Oh, yeah. Well, the one we bought is the same thing, but when you plug it in, all the lights, it's pre-lit because they're actually built into the branches or whatever. So when you plug it in, there's a little dial there, and you can dial up whatever you want, or it's actually a clicker, and you click until you get the pattern you want. And usually we just go with the standard white that doesn't do anything. But when we have, when people are over, whatever, we can do it where they blink a little bit or they twinkle even. They'll even
that's when you announce to your guests, see, we like colors.
Oh, stop! I don't say that.
The saddest Christmas light story I ever heard. So the two women who invented the icicle lights?
Yes.
But didn't patent them?
Yeah.
And then watched as year after year, one manufacturer after another came out with even bigger and better icicle lights. And it was like, oh.
Probably lost a little money on that.
Just a little bit. About the same as you and Impossible Meat.
Yeah, so I'm so upside down on that. It's so gross. Well, now it's actually kind of out of fashion now. I would have sold it long ago.
Really?
No, so now, and here's the other thing I'm thinking about. It's this like programmable LED, but it's, you leave it up because you could make it any color you want. For
that
Easter,
is the fashion now.
Like highlight lights?
Yes, and so you just change the color on an app, and Valentine's Day it's red.
That's what a lot of people I read that are doing with those strip LED lights, the ones that are like tape.
Yeah,
is they can put those up because you never have to take them down. Because if you put them flat on the backside of the underside of your fascia or whatever, that you never have to take them down because you can't see them.
And they look good.
And they look fine once you turn them on. It's it's that light. I don't like the LED lights. I think it's a little too artificial for me.
A little too 80s.
I like the incandescent lights. And to be honest with you, I like the old lights.
The big ones to see.
The big ones that are the milky color ones.
The ones that would get so hot to the touch that it'd burn your fingers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't replace them if they were on.
Exactly. You had to wait and then just stay up a little bit later so your house didn't burn down.
The set I grew up using was so old. You actually had to put a washer on it to make it outdoor proof.
Really?
Oh,
wow. So water wouldn't get in the...
wow.
Oh, that's old school.
Let me tell you what, those strips now are so blinking expensive.
Yeah.
They are, man, those classic lights
Oh,
are
yeah.
so... And they're in vogue again. That retro thing's kind of in vogue again. And I have to tell you, though, I did see some Christmas stuff, not blow-up stuff, that I would certainly put in my yard that would look really cool. No blow-up stuff, no inflatable stuff, but they have some really cool Christmas stuff out there that looks kind of classy that would be nice,
Well, now they have these spotlights where you can shoot just lasers.
Yeah, that's what
we have those.
We have the snowflake one.
Yeah.
Actually, ours has snowflakes, and it also says Noel. And then I think one of the settings has ornaments.
Yeah.
And it'll just it'll flash it onto your house.
I think it works better if you have a lighter color house, though.
Yeah.
And don't point those up toward the sky. Don't point any of those
Take
laser
out helicopters.
Exactly.
Don't tell me what to do.
Come knocking on your house.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. By the way, cash is your 6 o'clock keyword, CASH. Get over to realradio.fm and send that off. You got about 15 minutes or so for it to be valid. Cash, guys. That's your 6 o'clock keyword. Let's take a little break. We'll come back. We'll do You Heard It Here first. What do you have for us?
We have a large explosion in Louisville injuring several people. The FAA bans U.S. flights. We'll tell you where to. And then something interesting in the crawl space of an elderly woman's home. Oh, nightmares for days.
Oh, wow.
That and more coming up next during You Heard It Here first.
You got it. All right. Back in a sec with Deb's News, and we'll get out of here on a Tuesday.
Woohoo.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
If you're a fan of more fall-like feels, we'll get some of that across Central Florida through the rest of our week. Hi there, I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer with this Tuesday weather update. We're getting back into the upper 60s and lower 70s overnight under a mixture of clouds and stars. That cold front gets through into our Wednesday. We'll feel a cool down as we approach midweek. Highs looked around 80. It'll be breezy, too, from the north and east, around 15 miles per hour, with a high right around 80 degrees. We are also tracking the tropics, monitoring potential Sarah as we head into this weekend, so be sure you stay tuned for our latest forecast. From the Fox 35 Storm Center, I'm meteorologist TJ Springer.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Hi, folks. Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer. Many of you are hurting after the hurricanes. These storms cause so much pain, and if you have property damage, there's 2 things I need you to know. First, we already have scam artists out there making all kinds of promises to homeowners if you just sign a few forms. Don't sign anything. Don't let anyone going door to door scam you into signing anything. Second, if you have hurricane damage and you haven't contacted your insurance company, please do that now. My job is to help you hold people accountable, including insurance companies, contractors, or anyone else. Call 877-MY-FLCFO. That's 877-693-5236, or go to preparefl.com with questions or to report abuse. This is a public service announcement from Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer.
Hey, this is Kyle Brantz. You're busy. I'm busy. But every single Monday, we take 10 minutes to dish out 10 takes. NFL, life, whatever, but never more than 10 minutes. It's 10 takes with Kyle Brantz. Driving home from work? You got time for 10 takes. Taking a smoke break? You still smoke? You got time for 10 takes.
Listen to 10 Takes with Kyle Brantz on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 10 Takes with Kyle Brantz and start listening.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we're detecting the undetectable. Using advanced AI technology, our experts can accurately detect signals in the human voice that are indicators of coronary artery disease. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic, because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just 1 visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. However, if left untreated, could lead to costly repairs. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. If your garage door is noisy, if bugs are getting in, or if it struggles to open, your garage door is in need of repair. From simple repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one. We fix garage doors fast and with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Our springs, rollers, and openers are tested by running them up and down, open and closed all day, 24/7, so you can feel confident with every A1 garage door repair. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home. Keep those creepy crawlers outside by calling A1 Garage Door Service today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Call today and take advantage of our $29.95 tune-up special.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Look ahead with the team at TK Law to plan your family's future. Visit onefirmforlife.com.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. Now back to the Jim Colbert Show.
My wife loves my beard, thank you very much. In fact, she almost left me because I shaved it one time. And it's good for me because I get a little flavor savor, if you know what I mean. Thank you very much, madam.
It's my happy birthday. I want to win $1,000. It's my happy birthday. Please let me win $1,000 for my birthday.
Oh.
My birthday.
Happy birthday.
$1,000.
That's the best I can do.
That's not what I thought I heard. But I will not mention that.
All right, you got about 10 minutes or so for cash, C-A-S-H. That is your 6 o'clock keyword. RealRadio.fm to try to win that money.
Good luck.
I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
Coming up tomorrow, we'll have Scott Maxwell and Animal House. Scott will be in his new time at 4:20. When is who's in for Animal House tomorrow?
We have Daryl Payne in.
Daryl Payne.
Yeah, very special appearance by Mr. Payne from Pawfection Dog Training.
Very nice.
So if your puppy or your older dog is having an issue, Daryl can help.
Very nice. He can. He's very good at it, by the way.
He is.
He worked with my daughter's dog, and he's a maniac. And
the dog or Daryl?
Well, both, but I mean, the dog is a maniac. And he did a good job with him. A couple times, actually. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. I got a text from Phillips yesterday. Jim Phillips used to work here at the station on this very spot. He's wants me to go shooting with him. I think I'm going to do that soon.
Cool. Black powder.
Yeah, black powder shooting. He goes a bunch, man. He goes a bunch. Like, I wish I could play golf as much as he goes shoot.
Right. That's his hobby. That's his thing now.
He's been doing it a while. Matter of fact, I believe this is the longest I think he's been dedicated to any one hobby since we've been talking. I think he left in 2018. That's when we took over. And I remember it wasn't long after that that he started shooting those guns. I think he has a really, really old one. Matter of fact, I believe he has a Civil War issue, like flintlock.
Yeah.
So that it's you put the black powder in a little reservoir and it sparks the flint, and the flint sparks the gunpowder, and it fires it. It takes about 40 minutes to load the damn thing, I believe. Giant caliber guns. Oh, so much damage.
Oh, I hear they have some kick to them, too.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually was going to ask him that, but I think rather than just ask him about it, I'll just go out there and do it. He says, you got to come out and do it. And he's asked me a couple times. Yeah. And I never really put any importance on it to go out and do it. And I think maybe I should just go out and do it. I mean, it sounds fun. I haven't done it ever. I've never shot a black powder gun. And there is a black powder hunting season, by the way. Do you know that?
I did not.
I think the very first hunting season that opens for the year is black powder. Then I think it goes to bow and arrow, and then into regular guns, rifles and whatnot.
Texter points out that President-elect Trump and President Biden, are meeting tomorrow in the Oval Office. Mm-hmm. What do you think they have to say?
I don't know. I don't know why that meeting. I know that Melania is supposed to be there, but she's turning it down, or she said that she's not going to. Has a schedule conflict because I guess the first ladies would meet as well.
The outgoing president extends the invitation, but he's already done it. I know maybe it's because it's tradition, but it's like, well, he was there 4 years early. You don't need to show him anything.
And Trump's not a super traditional guy when it comes to stuff like that. He really has kind of shunned a lot of the tradition that's come out of Washington and our normal politics. So I found it a little bit shocking that he was going to go as well. I mean, I don't know, maybe just to say bye. I don't know.
Yeah, Phil,
I mean, it sounds odd, but I mean, who
the
knows?
guy you've been running down for.
That's politics, man. I mean, that's politics, but I mean,
both of them.
Yeah, it is. It's weird because I mean, you see, he's picked Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. I mean, he completely hammered Marco.
Yeah,
but it's politics.
But you know what happened? Marco fell in line. He didn't fight back. He kind of acquiesced.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, he never fought back. I mean, Marco was just always, because I think Marco's smart enough to understand that he was going to be the guy. I mean, if you're internal in the big Republican stuff, it's going to be that way. All right, let's do You Heard It Here first.
That or the little hands thing didn't work for him so well.
Time for You Heard It Here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Yeah, there's been a workplace explosion in Louisville, Kentucky. Fire Chief Brian O'Neill says there were no fatalities, but nearly a dozen people were taken to the hospital.
Once our firefighters arrived, they did make an aggressive interior attack. We had one person that was pinned. We were able to get them out, rescue them, as well as assist the others in evacuation.
It happened at the Gavadin Sense Color plant. It's known for producing color in soft drinks. The plant is located inside a residential area. There was a shelter-in-place order in effect for about 2 hours. The ATF says it has responded to the, quote, critical incident, end quote. Officials say the cause of the explosion is still under investigation.
Wow.
All right, the FAA is banning U.S. flights to Haiti for 30 days after gunfire was aimed at a Spirit Airlines flight landing in the country this week. The aircraft was flying into Port-au-Prince from Fort Lauderdale and was diverted to an airport in the Dominican Republic where it safely landed. Now, besides Spirit Airlines Flight 951, a JetBlue flight that had departed for Haiti and landed at New York's JF Kennedy Airport was also hit by bullets as well, at least 4.
Damn, really?
So the Federal Aviation Administration said in a notice that it was prohibiting aviation operations in the territory and airspace of Haiti.
Wow.
And then finally, a man is facing charges after he was reportedly found living in the crawl space of an elderly woman's home in East Los Angeles.
Unbelievable.
Terrifying, actually.
Yeah, horrifying.
The resident and her family called police to report loud noises coming from beneath the house, which they had previously assumed just came from animals. Officers used tear gas to flush out the man after negotiating with him failed. The suspect, identified as Isaac Betancourt, was apparently naked when he was arrested for trespassing this past Friday. The family of the 93-year-old woman who lives in the house says he may have been staying there for up to 6 months.
Wow. That's like as good as the lady that lived in the store sign.
Exactly.
God, man.
And you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thank you, Deb. Good job. Who do we have to thank today?
We want to, first of all, offer congratulations to Chris for winning her $25 gift card to Frogger's Grill and Bar.
Yeah, congratulations to you for winning the entire week.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget, Chris, you're going to want to hang out with Jack when he goes to the Frogger's in Apopka a week from this Sunday. Also want to thank Scott Brown with Edgewater Family Wealth. If you missed his segment, you can get that at JimColbertLive.com. And last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube chat.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jack, question of the day?
Yeah, have you started decorating for Christmas? Where do you think it fell?
I think this is a little early. I think, like you said, Jack, I think most people wait until after Thanksgiving, but there is a certain percentage that can't wait. As soon as Halloween is done, I'll go 28% say they have.
Interesting. It's 28% on our Instagram poll. Exactly. and 20% in our YouTube
Wow.
chat.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
So an average of about like 24 per. Almost like 1 out of 4 people will do that. They'll start decorating like right after. And I just guessed that because of Facebook. I mean, Facebook, like everybody's doing it already. Like the minute it goes dead, Halloween, they are fall y'all kind of scenario there. All right, again, tomorrow it's Animal House, Scott Maxwell, plus your calls, texts, and talkbacks, and 4 more opportunities win $1,000. Let's get out of here, Jackson.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, on behalf of Deb and Jack, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the monsters in the morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Tuesday evening.
See you tomorrow. Bye.